The war never stopped. It never stopped. They went, that didn't work. They gonna rebel. So how do you stop the rebellion? Freedom. Freedom from freedom land. Excuse me. Back into what? Civilization. Right into the place we made for them. So go. And be free. See, we knew you was gonna end up wanting out of there. Where you want out of is your next trap. It's called the Epcot experiment. Press 1. So you got to know what it is, right? Especially people in the hood. You got to know exactly what made them come to that mind to create Freedom Land, the amusement park that didn't work, that really did. You get me? You got to understand the scientific method behind the study that went into Freedom Land. So you will know what Epcot, the next phase of Freedom Land, really is. Does that make sense to my class of enlightened individuals? Does that make sense? Shout out to for checking in with me this morning in class. Who was that in here? Anjanita Moore. Shout out to you, Queen. Yeah, so I decided to do my class this way, a little bit more prepared, so y'all can understand what the program and what the mousetrap really is, where they got the idea and the study of mice. Remember, what's that lady? Princella said we need to go back to Universe 25. This is Universe 25. Y'all ready? Press 1 when you're ready. You got your notepads and number 2 pencils out, ready to take some motherfucking notes in the best school on earth. Now, I already hit y'all with that. That means you excited. You know the truth. Your brain is working. Cool. Now you in rhythm. I like that. You feel me? Now we moving on to what humans can learn from this utopia. It was supposed to be an expressive, free people, and they was given everything that they wanted and all that. We're going to talk about that. And we're going to move on to Epcot and what that got to do with the hood. But you got to understand the first initial phase of Freedom Land. See, you was already free. Your ticket, you bought your way into the wrong amusement park. You see what I'm saying? And as you can see from the cartoon, you was indebted. Our people was indebted. So they end up having to work their way into what? How did they become destroyed? Well, it was a destroyed land. The floods and all that shit that was going on left our people in debt bondage. To even use the tools to till the ground that we own, we fell into debt to the store, the corporate store. Remember we talked about this? The company store? Well, that company store is America. So America let you use the tools, and then you end up on when your harvest didn't come because of manipulated things that happened in the past that caused this. This was all designed for you to walk into this position that we ended up in today. And so all that got to go into account before we start asking questions like this.
Why are black people in jail at higher rates than white people?
That's the question, right? Maybe because they commit more crimes than white people.
But that's not true.
Maybe because they commit more crimes than white people, but that's not true.
It actually is.
They do. So every independent analysis shows that blacks have committed a disproportionate amount of crime. No one wants to say it out loud, but it's true. In fact, in New York, 52% of murders are committed by blacks, 40+% of arson, 60+% of drug deals. And so the question you should really be asking is what drives them to commit crimes? That's the question, right?
Right. Is that the real question?
So actually, according to the Uniform Crime Report for 2019, black or African American individuals committed only about 1 million crimes, while white people committed about 4 million.
Yeah, and we are not all one race. So when y'all say black, why do we get lumped into this one big race? And it already proven. Now watch this.
Yeah, but that's in proportion.
That's in proportion.
How about the proportion?
There's a lot more white people than black people.
Are you crazy? I'm going to let y'all watch this for a second.
It's a 60% white country and a 14% black country. So you just proved my point.
Why are black people in jail at higher rates than white people?
That's the question, right? Maybe because they commit more crimes than white people.
But that's not true. It actually is.
They do. So every independent analysis shows that blacks have committed a disproportionate amount of crime. No one wants to say it out loud, but it's true. In fact, in New York, 52% of murders are committed by blacks, 40+% of arson, 60+% of drug deals. And so the question you should really be asking is what drives them to commit crimes? That's the question, right?
So actually, according to the Uniform Crime Report for 2018, Black or African American individuals committed only about 1 million crimes, while white people committed about 4 million.
Yeah, so
But that's
hold on.
proportion.
Yeah, how about the proportion?
There's a lot more white people than black people in the United
It's a
States.
60% white country and a 14% black country. So you just proved my point.
Why are black people in jail at higher rates than white people?
That's the question, right? Maybe because they
Yes.
commit more crimes than white people.
But that's not true. It actually is.
They do. So every independent analysis shows that blacks have committed a disproportionate amount of crime. No one wants to say it out loud, but it's true. In fact, in New York, 52% of murders are committed by blacks, 40+% of arson, 60+% of drug deals. And so the question you should really be asking is what drives them to commit crimes? That's the question.
Excuse me, I had to run, but there's more white people than black people. And that's because Africans are white people. Press 1. If Arabs and Africans didn't get classified as white people with residency, there will be no white people. Because they come in by way of the Sudan refugee program, where they get classified as white people. So here you have a fucking T-1900 trying to tell you it's more of him. If you ask him where his people are from, he gonna tell you Russia. So that don't make sense to an organic person of the Americas. Press 1, that don't make sense. Wait a minute. You're lumping them all together? So you telling me it's more white people here than Africans, African Americans, Arabs, and fucking Asians too? No, hell no. But that's a trick. Because of them, all of them aren't classified as you. You get it? So they're beating you with words, play, and trickery of the tongue. They are black people classified as white people by way of the Sudan and other African refugee nations, but I'm saying countries, that's a hell of a portal. And to say white people, which is a breakdown of Slavics, Polish people, all type of individuals from Europe, all foreigners. You're a foreigner entered by way of the Sudan just like everybody else, except us. So to me, to put a rest to these small conversations, of course, is to answer these questions correctly.
Right?
So actually, according to the Uniform Crime Report for 2018, Black or African American individuals committed only about 1 million crimes.
So if black people as a collective committed only about 1 million crimes,
While white people committed about 4 million.
while white people
But
commit,
that's proportion.
while white people commit about, no, because you said black people are so prone to crime. That was the thing you were saying. Listen, right? Press 1. Black people are more prone to crime. So the question is, wait a minute. Black people aren't more prone to crime. You are. White people.
Black people in jail at higher rates than white people.
Why are black people in jail at higher crime rates than white people is the question. Watch this.
That's the question, right? Maybe because they commit more crimes
Maybe because they commit more crimes
than white people.
than white people. What? Now, watch the response for somebody who came prepared.
But that's not true.
But that's not true. While the Nazis is in the back clapping, the computer head program people who watch television by way of these marketing fucking propaganda machines. But when you go get the statistics to Mr. Tatum, when you go get it for Candace Owens, when you go get the statistics, press 1, there's nothing to be said, champion. See, now that's not true. See, everybody in the room can be wrong. You have to be willing to stand up like this young lady and say that's not true.
It actually is.
They do. So
He said they do commit more crimes. He said maybe first and then went to a more definitive statement. In fact, because he heard the crowd, see, the crowd will get you fucked up. See, he heard the crowd, and that's when the weed feel like fucking Mighty Mouse all of a sudden. And then say, well, actually, they do. So now they're more prone to criminality. Now watch this.
every independent analysis shows that black
as he tugs at his jacket, that blacks as a collective
commit a disproportionate amount of crime.
have committed the proportionate amount of crime. The question was, why is they all in jail? Response was because they're more what? Prone to crime. In fact, they do commit. Independent studies say they commit. Woo, he's right.
No one wants to say it out loud.
Nobody wants to say it out loud.
But it's true.
Why wouldn't they say it out loud? It's all over the TV. That's called out loud when Officer Tatum is all over the internet. That's called out loud. If Candace Owens is making reference to, you understand? That's out loud.
In fact, in New York, 52% of murders are committed by blacks.
Watch this.
40+% of arson.
Watch this.
60+% of drug deals.
Watch this.
And so the question you should really be asking is what drives them to commit crimes? That's the question.
Not why they in jail. The question is Joe Biden, AI. No. The question ain't why do they commit? The question ain't why they in jail. The question is what can we do to protect our grandmothers and hold their purses tighter from the average black person? That's what he's saying.
Right?
So actually, according to the Uniform Crime Report,
according to the Uniform Crime Report, fuck an independent Nazi study.
for 2018, Black or African American individuals committed only about 1 million crimes,
Wow.
while white people committed about 4 million.
About 4 million crimes. And if there are more white people than black people, why you not in jail 4 times as likely? We going to school today. That's automatic systematic racism. That's proven right there. Look at it. Look, because there's more of us than them. That doesn't even sound right. Of course, there's more of you than them. Okay, so why ain't more of y'all in jail since more of y'all committing crime? You bet you 4 more times as likely more than them. I bet you it's 4 times more of you than them. You're committing 4 times. So why ain't 4 times in prison?
Yeah, so,
But that's
hold on.
proportion.
But that's proportion.
How about the proportion?
There's a lot more white people than black people in the United States.
It's a 60% white country and a 14% black country.
Oh my goodness. And this is what happens. That's why Kevin Samuels had to go. Press 1. That's why you hear this
just
shit.
Proved my point.
Hey, no. You proved her point. It's more. So why, if you guys are committing 4 more times the crime, and why are they in prison more? Because it's called systematic racism. You proved our point, sir, with all due respect. Press 1. You proved my point. Systematic racism. All deriving from Epcot. Okay? This is how they was going to get you by way of Epcot. Okay? So forget their statistics. Fuck their theories. Go to the official reports, family. You will see genocide. You will see why you in prison more. You will see it. It should give you something to fight for. It should. So let's go to Universe 25 and what humans can learn from this experiment program, which end up being how to control black people by way of biochemical warfare. Press 1, by way of biochemical warfare and testing facilities. Press 1. No, we not finished. No, when you come here, just make sure you got your shoes tightened up and you ready to take part. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. There's no in between. Hit that like button and subscribe. I spent a lot of time waiting, trying to add to get somewhere I was at a long time ago, family. Press 1. So let's look at the mouse trap and get your notebooks out and see if you can compare the two. Freedom Land. If you start seeing the participants of Freedom Land and the blueprint of it, so we can get to the definitive Epcot, the solution to this.
What humans can learn from Calhoun's rodent utopia? Between 1968 and 1970, American ethologist John B. Calhoun conducted a behavioral study of captive mice within a 9-square-foot enclosure at a rural facility in Poolesville, Maryland. Within the enclosure, known as Universe 25, several pairs of mice bred a population, which ultimately swelled to 2,200. Eventually, they established social orders that created inside and outside factions, and soon mating ceased altogether. The study confirmed the grim hypothesis based on earlier studies of the Norway rat in small settings. In his theory, he suggested that overpopulation spawns a breakdown in social functions.
Remember, these theories are all coming from the analogy of Freedom Land of people, so they're not really talking about mice. The thing is how to control a specific amount of people, and if you look here, it's percentages here, 61.35. That's very specific. Those are decimal points. That mean numbers are involved in all of this. So it's really a lot going on, so pay attention. You the mouse.
That in turn inevitably leads to extinction. The wildly
that leads to extinction by way of proof of this utopia. Let's go back. Remember I told y'all it was the genocide of black people. This is how you flush them out. So they will never know. They'll never fight back from this. Remember we were talking about TV and television and entertainment and all that? It's how to do this.
Spawns a breakdown.
Yes, we know it's the projects. Don't just type it in my chat room. I don't know who that is typing. Who is that? Oh, that's Tasha. No, that ain't Tasha. That's Jason. We already know. But since you can't call it in, Jason, you're not a contributor here. Do not type no answers or no notes. Just pay attention. Hit 1 or 2. Hit wow. And I can't believe it. But don't you type no notes in my shit. And you're not a contributor here, champion.
Social functions. That in
KevRow.
turn inevitably leads to extinction. The wildly
that leads to what? Extinction. The whole mousetrap, not just the whole thing. And it's a process that leads to extinction. Press 1. I want you to know that is the goal of this so-called false sense of utopia that's going to lead to extinction. Press 1. Let's go.
Inevitably leads to extinction. Though wildly controversial when first made
That's
public.
why I called it a success, Taj, in Classroom. Look at the title. I said the utopia was a success. Wasn't it? Ain't it? All right then. It's not a failed instrument. It's not a failed experiment. It destroyed our people completely. Oh yeah, they use radioactive material and all that.
Down in social functions. That in turn inevitably leads to extinction. Though wildly controversial when first made public, Calhoun's theory has raised concern over the years that the social breakdown of Universe 25 could ultimately serve as a metaphor for the trajectory of the human race.
Told you, the trajectory of what? Freedom Land.
Consequently, the Rodent Utopia Project has been a subject of interest.
Everybody is one in America, right? So they used the project of this. Disney, all that. Disney is the blueprint for the people. But before the people, it was tested on and has to be tested in theory before the destruction. You can't just come on out with the shit. It has to be done in a way, bruh, they'd never see it.
Interest among architects, city planning councils, and
City planning councils, and what else?
government agencies around the world.
Told you.
City planning, consequently, the rodent utopia.
So one bad flood river and the pipes going to your house, it ain't gonna take nothing but to divert pollution and bad water to your side of the neighborhood. That type of shit. St. Louis type of, bro, all this, bro.
A project has been a subject of interest among architects,
These
city
architects.
planning councils, and government agencies around the world.
Boom.
Early rodent studies.
Look, you.
Calhoun began his experimental
You think those
research
brown
on
and black
rodents
is
in
just rats?
1947 when he studied an enclosed group of Norway rats at a barn in Rockville, Maryland. Supplying the critters with unlimited food and water, he expected to see their population swell to 5,000 over the course of the 28-month experiment. However, the population capped out at 200 after subdividing into smaller groups, each of which comprised merely a dozen individuals. Continuing with these studies during the 1950s, Calhoun set up a more complex enclosure to examine how further groups of rodents would behave in a sterilized, predator-free environment.
A what environment? A sterilized, predator-free environment. Watch this. These are big scientific words for fuck, man.
Over the course of these experiments, the same sequence of events would transpire each time. The mice would meet, mate, and breed in large quantities. Eventually, a leveling off would occur. After that, the rodents would develop either hostile or cliquish or passive and antisocial behaviors. The population would trail off to extinction. In 1962, Scientific American published Calhoun's observations from his research in the article Population Density and Social Pathology, wherein he coined the phrase behavior sink to describe the results of overcrowding, namely the breakdown of social functions and the collapse of populations. In the enclosed rodent environment, hitting the public just as vast urban expansion saw growing numbers of college grads flocking to big cities for work opportunities, many viewed the article as a warning of what could happen to the human race if populations continue to rise at their current rate. Universe 25, Calhoun's experiment with a rodent.
Okay, so this is the experiment she was talking about. Remember, this is the Terminator T-900 way of destroying the black race. So you have to listen to their military-style action of how to genocide you and how to start convincing whole societies to throw away their children, to turn against their children, to make it okay. And it's sad, bro. It's really sad that Prince Sella it works for the government of the United States Army or who the fuck ever would even bring this up when dealing with the black community. But you know what? It's all I needed. They gave me the secret. See, I ain't gonna sit up here and lip wrestle with you because I already beat you while you the gatekeeper running your motherfucking mouth. See, thank you for even thinking that I was here to fight any of you niggas. The key is, bro, you got something that I need and I'm gonna extract it by any means necessary. Amen? Press 1, by any means necessary. You're going to tell me exactly what I need to hear because what I know is going to make your ass move, nigga. Press 1, that's how I got your motherfucking attention. That's why. That's why. Because God is good. That's why. All the time, nigga. Yeah, yep, he put you right in front of me and go ahead, keep lining them up. We're going to keep knocking them right down. So go on your celebrity runs while I teach the people that y'all on a genocidal, homicidal, relentless attempt to genocide black boys and black girls and only leave T-900s and T-19,000s out here to grind up and to poke each other with to no avail. To be children, to keep going with X-Men. Now Elon Musk don't got your brain in X. Now your brain is in Meta. Your money is in crypto. You only believe in the cosmos. You's a dead man in a vessel. Take your ass to sleep. Press 1. Kev is teaching. So this is how they drove us, y'all. Before you think you a god, I'ma let you know you's a rat. Before you think you a god, I'ma let you know your ass is a science project, sir. And who put that in you?
Universe 25, Calhoun's experiment with a rodent utopia. Expanding on his earlier studies, Calhoun devised his ultimate research experiment. In Universe 25, a population of mice would grow within a 2.7 square meter enclosure consisting of 4 pens, 256 living compartments, and 16 burrows that led to food and water supplies. With a plague-free environment, a plenitude of comforts, a lack of predation, and an unlimited supply of consumables, the mice would enjoy all the luxuries equivalent to modern human life. Calhoun initiated the experiment with 4 pairs of healthy mice, which were set loose into the enclosure to begin the new society. During the first 104 days, a phase Calhoun dubbed the Strive period, the mice adjusted to their new surroundings, marked their territory, and began nesting. This was followed by the Exploit period, which saw the population double every 55 days. By the 315th day, Universe 25 contained 620 mice. Despite the abundance of space throughout the enclosure, each compartment could house up to 15 individuals, and the overall enclosure was built for a capacity of 3,000.
Damn. Sound familiar, y'all? Either jail or the projects. I already know, family. Everybody sit down. I hear y'all grumping out there. I hear my black folk out there, no matter what race. You can be Sudanese too. I hear you grumbling. I hear them to hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. And that God taught me how to talk to y'all. Forget all them big old words. And stay right there where they at. Catch their ass right there in the allegories in the movies. Talk to them right there. That's all they need.
Most mice were crowding select areas and eating from the same food sources.
Look.
The act of eating, as it turned out, came to be viewed as a communal activity, which caused most of the mice to favor the same few compartments.
Facts. So you got, it what looks like a Ralph's or a ShopRite or a Food for Less or this. That's really one of those, just go pick up your bread, the same thing. You think you going to a different place from Ralph's to Lucky Grocery? It's not. It's the same nutrition. But their nutrition over there with those lab rats may be better than yours. So you might want to travel out to where they say white people communities because at least they take care of their lab rats with the good foods. I see why people say things like that.
All of this huddling, however, led to a drop in mating, and the birth rate soon fell to a third of its former level. A social imbalance also took place among the mice. 1/3 emerged as socially dominant. The other 2/3 turned out less socially adept than their forebears. As bonding skills diminished among the mice, Universe 25 went into a slow but irreversible decline. Social status in Universe 25.
Look.
By day 315, behavior disparities between males of highs and low status became more pronounced. Those at the bottom of the pecking order found themselves spurned from females and withdrew from mating altogether. Having no role, spurned from females, and with behavior disparities between males of highs and low status became more pronounced. Those at the bottom of the pecking order found themselves spurned from females and withdrew from mating altogether.
Told you, those your red pillars. Incels is like, fuck.
Having no roles to fulfill within the society of mice, these outcast males wandered apart from the larger groups to eat and sleep alone, and sometimes fight among one another. The alpha males,
wow, could y'all see it now? Here go the alpha males.
by contrast, became more aggressive and pugnacious, often launching into violence with no clear provocation or motive.
Look, just...
At times, these males would roam around and indiscriminately rape other mice, regardless of gender.
Regardless of gender.
Meanwhile, the beta males, those ranked between the aggressive...
See? Y'all never notice in the black community, y'all been calling yourself alpha males and beta males and all this? Y'all are the project. Y'all don't even know y'all sold yourselves to science and metaphysics, to the project. Y'all sold yourself. 19 Keys, Rizza Islam, all of these groups, y'all done sold yourself to the science project. I said that to the science project. Y'all caught red-handed. I'm an alpha male. I'm a Radissa male. The women are starting to see right now, wait a minute. This is what we're doing? You see why those females are scrapping like that? You see what's going on television? Why? You're going to be able to understand the scientific method behind your destruction. Part 1.
Alphas and outcast omegas grew timid and inert.
What? What? Omega what?
Outcast omegas grew timid regardless of gender. Meanwhile, the beta males, those ranked between the aggressive alphas and outcast omegas, grew timid and inert, and often wound up being the passive recipients of violence. In several instances, bloodbaths ended with a cannibalistic feast for the victors.
Facts.
With male mice abandoning their traditional roles in Universe 25, the females...
With male mice doing what? Abandoning their what?
Universe 25 baths ended with a cannibalistic feast for the victors. With male mice abandoning their traditional roles...
What? What you say? What? With abandoning their tradition. This is a science project.
In Universe 25, the females were left to fend for their nests.
The females was left to fend for their nest.
Many females adopted more aggressive forms of behavior.
Many females adopted many forms of aggressive forms of behavior, bro.
Which would sometimes spill over into violence towards their young. Others would refrain from motherly duties altogether, banishing their unraised litters and...
Bro. You don't... see, I talk different, bro. I talk different, champion. KevRow. See? You gotta forgive these sisters, bro. We gotta forgive each other, bro. It's this deep, bro. It's this real, Joe. Hey, Kev is the only one that brought you the scientific reality of your fucking life, nigga. Press play.
Withdrawing from further mating, resulting in serious consequences. In some compartments, the infant mortality rate topped 90%.
Look,
Calhoun named this the stagnation.
Look, bro. Look, my nigga.
In some compartments, the infant mortality rate topped 90%. Calhoun named this the stagnation phase.
You know that was genocide, Marcus Sanger, and all that. This is when you became stagnant. They don't found the whole reasoning behind how to exterminate you. Don't you get it? You about to.
Alternately known as the equilibrium period.
Oh, the equilibrium. You ever heard your teacher over there in y'all little world of blackness say something about the equilibrium right in your fucking head? No, the real equilibrium. The real one, family. To get rid of you, champion. What? To balance the what? So they can do what? That's why I'm going to call this documentary Operation 0 Point. The Flash, Part 1.
Attributed the overly aggressive and passive behavior patterns to the breakdown of social roles and rampant overclustering.
See, that's all that social media. This happens by way of a social structure that we feel like we better than, and we boom. That's why y'all alpha kalpas got tricked into the science project. That's why y'all against me. That's why y'all don't like Kev, because I'm getting closer. I've got closer and closer. So the alpha kappas and the fraternities don't like that. Why? Why? Because I'm further than any other nigga ever went before. Motherfucker, this Starship Enterprise, like I said. Star Trek, nigga. Come on in. Y'all want to test and see how bright we really are? Throw Kev out there. Teach our homeboys to squabble.
The stagnation phase, alternately known as the equilibrium period. He attributed the overly aggressive and passive behavior patterns to the breakdown of social roles and rampant overclustering. A spike in the mortality rate.
See? They was able to mask the declining with population control crime. They was scientifically able to blame it on the mice theory while covering up the decline in population by way of sterilization. Remember, sterilization is the reason behind it all.
And rampant overclustering. A spike in the mortality rate. By the 560th day, the population increase had ceased
in the mortality rate,
as the mortality rate hovered at 100%. This marked the start of the death phase, aka the die period, in which the rodent utopia slid toward extinction. Amidst the violence, hostility, and lack of mating, a younger generation of mice reached maturity, having never been exposed to examples of normal, healthy relations. With no
Damn.
concept of mating, parenting, or marking territory,
Wow. 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 Kev Gills, man. We doing it right now. This is the cure right here.
this generation of mice spent all their waking hours eating, drinking, and grooming themselves.
And playing video
In
games and
reference to their
computers.
perfected, unruffled appearances,
Instagram.
Calhoun called these mice the beautiful ones. Living in seclusion from the other mice, they were spared the violence and conflict that waged in the crowded areas, yet made no social contributions. According to Calhoun, the death phase consisted of two stages: the first death and second death.
Oh my goodness.
The former was characterized by the loss of purpose in life beyond mere existence,
The loss of purpose.
no desire to mate, raise young, or establish a role within society.
No purpose.
The first death was represented by the lackadaisical lives of the beautiful ones, whereas the second death was marked by the literal end of life and the extinction of Universe 25. The sun sets on Universe 25. Extending on his observations of the beautiful ones, Calhoun later opined that mice, as humans, thrive on a sense of identity and
What do they
purpose
say? Mice as humans.
as humans.
Just to let you know, stay focused.
The sun sets on Universe 25. Extending on his observations of the beautiful ones, Calhoun later opined that mice, as humans, thrive on a sense of identity and purpose within the world at large. He argued experiences such as tension, stress, anxiety, and the need to survive make it necessary to engage in society. When all needs are accounted for and no conflict exists,
Wow.
the act of living is stripped to its barest physiological essentials of food and sleep. In Calhoun's view, herein is the paradox of a life without work or conflict. When all
That's y'all. That's y'all different nations. That's y'all.
senses of necessity
Comfortable, privilege, no real contribution.
is stripped from life of an individual,
Damn.
life ceases to have purpose.
This is the other side of the roller coaster.
The individual dies in spirit. Gradually, the mice that refused to mate or engage in society came to outnumber those that formed gangs, raped and plundered, and fed off their own. The last known conception in Universe 25 occurred on day 920, at which point the population was capped at 2,200, well short of the enclosure's 3,000 capacity. An endless supply of food, water, and other resources were still there for the mice, but it didn't matter. The behavior sink had set in, and there was no stopping Universe 25 from careening to its self-made demise. Soon enough, there was not a single living mouse left in the enclosure. Failed salvage attempt and concluding observations. Before the rodent utopia imploded entirely, Calhoun removed some of the beautiful ones to see whether they would live more productive lives if released into a new society, free of social strife and carnage. Placing these mice in a fresh setting with few pre-existing rodents, a similar scenario to that of which greeted the initial pairs placed in Universe 25, he expected the beautiful ones to awake from their asocial haze and answer nature's call to populate the barren environment. However, the relocated mice showed no signs of change from their earlier behavioral patterns, refusing to mate or even interact with their new peers. The reclusive mice eventually died of natural causes, and the fledgling society folded without a single new birth. In Calhoun's view, the rise and fall of Universe 25 proved 5 basic points about mice as well as humans. 1. The mouse is a simple creature, but it must develop the skills for courtship, child-rearing, territorial defense, and personal role fulfillment on the domestic and communal front. If such skills fail to develop, the individual will neither reproduce nor find a productive role within society. 2. As with mice, all species will grow older and gradually die out. There's nothing to suggest human society isn't prone to the same developments that led to the demise of Universe 25. 3. If the number of qualified individuals exceeds the number of openings in society, chaos and alienation will be the inevitable outcomes. 4. Individuals raised under the latter conditions will lack any relation to the real world. Physiological fulfillment will be their only drive in life. 5. Just as mice thrive on a set of complex behaviors, the concern for others developed in post-industrial human skills and understandings is vital to man's continuance as a species. The loss of these attributes within a civilization could lead to its collapse. Calhoun's work after Universe 25. In 1972, Calhoun shared his observations about the results of the rodent utopia in an essay titled Death Squared: The Explosive Growth and Demise of a Mouse Population. This work gained instant notoriety for its grim...
Square. Now what's this? That's what Arabs worship and Muslims worship. Y'all don't even... The Kaaba stone. You know, I'm not in y'all fight no more. I'm just speaking the truth, bro. The cube, you ever see the cube? Death Square. You trapped in that. Death Square.
Size of a mouse population. This work gained instant notoriety for its grim outlook on the consequences of an overpopulated and oversatiated society. Given all the strife that had been impacting the world in the years immediately before, Vietnam, race riots, political assassinations, the Cold War, China's Cultural Revolution, the public was fearing Calhoun's findings were indicative of mankind's then-present course. The examples of rodent pillage and carnage in the wake of overcrowding seemed to mirror the social unrest of the 60s and 70s human society, which coincided with unprecedented urban sprawl. Despite the grim parables presented in Calhoun's observations, he wasn't trying to imply humankind was headed down a similar path toward extinction. While he definitely saw parallels between the downfall of Universe 25 and some of society's ills, he stressed humans, as a more sophisticated species, had the wisdom and ingenuity to reverse such trends. After all, humans have science, technology, and medicine, all of which give mankind the ability to pinpoint causation, avert disasters, heal wounds and illness, and explore new environments. He also pointed out Universe 25 was not a natural habitat, as it was supplied with an abundance of food and luxuries and kept free of predators and disease.
It wasn't a natural habitat, remember? It's Epcot. Shout out to RZA for breaking down those acronyms over there at the U. At the local mosque over there at KevRow University, mosque number, I don't know the number, but the brothers over there are putting in that good work and understanding.
Hope for humankind? Still, Calhoun feared mankind could lurch toward a similar doom if cities became overcrowded and the population swelled beyond the capacity of the job market. To help society find ways to prevent this from ever happening, he spent part of his later career exploring different forms of human advancement, which he extended the concept of space colonization.
Told you. There go Elon.
To that end, he formed an academic team called the Space Cadets.
Remember in that movie that I told y'all to watch with the T? The Space Cadet. These are the scientific biologists who sent to destroy you by nuclear testing to ensure mankind. The same ones who went to the moon. Man motherfucking kind. Ain't no such thing as no goddamn mankind. Press 1. Remember mankind in the WWE? A deranged leather face dude. Remember? A socio-psychopath.
Its purpose was to promote the idea of humans setting up colonies on other planets.
Yeah, right.
Calhoun also focused on city planning, which he felt was key to avoiding the behavior.
Now I'm talking. Other planets mean other countries.
Sink of Universe 25. He believed the design of cities was partially responsible for the ways in which inhabitants interacted with each other, and steps should be taken in tandem with development to maintain positive communication between people. As part of his effort to promote alternative concepts of city designs, he tinkered with the rodent utopia model with more than 100 further universes over the next 2 decades.
Wow. I told you. Remember we were talking about that? That all the hot spots of the communities, these will be the hot spots of a so-called nuclear attack too by Russia. They put it on the news. You ever notice that? It's the same motherfucking black hot spots all over that need to be eradicated. This is what you need to be focused on. The scientific jargon and your metaphysical jargon that's going to lead to the eradication of black people. And I know a lot of y'all out there don't care, but I do. And that's why I fight.
This area was highly esteemed among city planning councils in the United States and abroad. Legacy and questions in the 21st century. More than 4 decades have passed since Calhoun conducted his Universe 25 experiment. Nonetheless, questions linger regarding the observations he drew from the rodent's utopia's collapse. Most pressing is the question of human population, which globally could top 9.6 billion by 2050 if we stay on our current course. The population trend arouses numerous concerns. Will mankind continue to thrive if the population exceeds the number of available jobs? What about disruptive technology, whereby a new product or innovation renders whole fields obsolete, or a task that once required multiple hands can now be completed with the press of a button? If most jobs are outmoded by technology, what will sustain the economy? Will large cross-sections of the population become destitute, or will the billionaire class support everyone? How will people function and interact with one another in a world where hardly anyone works? Can an individual develop interpersonal skills when there's no need to pursue working relationships in the outside world?
Wow, this is what's, oh my goodness.
At the very least, mice and men seem rather similar when Calhoun's research is compared with modern-day civilizations. Thanks for
watching that. But it goes back into what these tests were, people. This is important to know. They did scientific lab rat studies and chemical reaction, and biochemists were doing this and causing these tensions and fights and squabbles and doing these rat things. And I'm telling you right now, you've been scientifically programmed by way of colors to do this. Purples and blues and yellows and greens. This was orchestrated way back when you rebelled against them the first time at the goddamn Freedom Land, and you know you ain't no damn free. These are the scientific studies that led into your encampment where? Epcot. Press 1. Epcot. 424-209-9506. Area code 424-209-06. Tell me what you think about what you just saw. Let me make sure this is on. Okay, make sure you got your, before I proceed on, and make sure my students is paying attention. You got to understand, this is where we at this point. The future of Tomorrowland. The slaves who broke free. Press 1.
Everything okay in there, baby?
I'm just an average man with an average life.
Where the money at? I'm an entrepreneur. I work in the spirit of the pimp game.
You know your girl gotta know what's going on in these streets. That's the car right there. This bitch.
Slick, come on. That make your spidey senses tingle. What kind of shit is this?
Like I'm in the twilight zone now.
Don't let the back door hit you.
We gotta go.
I don't know what that was, but that wasn't me.
Somebody is conducting experiments on us.
right. Come the fuck on. It's our homeland. We don't do nothing about it. Nobody will.
Don't let the back door hit you. Come on, boy.
Chill. Just fucking chill.
Shit!
Oh, this motherfucker did.
Okay, we ain't got no time for no negativity. Go get me some goddamn wet that something that's going on. You keep your pimp hand raised and be willing to protect the ones you love by any means necessary. I ain't scared. I'm a dope boy, remember? Excuse me, kind sir, but if you could pour me to the elevator that leads down to the freaky laboratory,
Don't let the back door hit
I'll be.
Look where it was. Behind the motherfucker at the local liquor store. Black folk all back. Not your people who don't know nothing, who know everything. No, the niggas they counted out. The niggas who don't know nothing. They were trying to get to the shit to where, see, that is the result of the laboratory. The liquor store is the result of the laboratory. You got it?
Out your atmosphere. Let's get it, man.
We're on the scene trying to figure out what has happened.
I see this shit fucked up. They out here cloning it. What the fuck going on in that bitch?
That's right, that is the prevailing theory.
Tell me, is it just...
He said that is the prevailing theory, but it's about those testing facilities, like I told you, that they set upon you brothers years and years ago, and you ain't doing nothing but living it. Disneyland, the manufacture, well, I call it Disneyland, but it's really just the planned outcome of the slave rebellion and how to get you really not to ask for no reparations correctly, not to understand they had no reason. They cannot own your great-grandfather house to take no land. Your great-grandfather was just watching too much goddamn TV and radio and listening to things as just like today. You understand? The whole CERN program is the biochemical destruction and radioactive destruction of the nuclear family. How to destroy the black family in America before they realize what we've done to them, to keep them complacent, whether it's hair products on their hair, to keep their mind. We don't know. We just think, oh, okay, oh, that look cool, but you got a whole laboratory created event going on, from the people injecting you with boobs and ass to your hair to your eyes to goddamn it, probably the nails you put on. And that goes to the brothers as well. You know, that goes for the brothers as well. So we've been sitting up here this whole time trying to figure it out. What do they have us in? What is the earliest forms of this ghetto or this concentration camp that we've been experiencing this whole time that is so hard for our brothers to get out of? Press 1. Where my callers at? 424 before I get going. 424-209-9506. There was plenty of information in that, fellas. Let me call on somebody real quick. Let me catch them while they typing too. Let me see, so they can't say they was at work. Let me see. We have to, friend. We have no friends. Remember that, chat. You're not a friend here. So I'm not worried about you. You're not in this, even in this classroom. Get up out of here to that dumb remark. Rat Trap Thump, you need to call it in. Let me see. R. Davis, you need to call it in. Let me see. Chris Panders, you need to call it in. Let me see. Ladies, who else was over there? Let me see. Byron, you two, press 1. I'm getting them right now. Let me see. I'm glad I wake up and start fucking with the sisters and teaching them. Taj, Marley, all of them. Yep, there they go. Press 1. Yep. If you're not, you're getting blocked. I want y'all to know that. Y'all getting blocked today. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Hey, good afternoon, Professor Gales.
What's your name? Where you calling from? So I don't block you. So I don't block you.
Darrell White.
Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you. I'll put a star by your name. All right, for sure.
I want to get my theory on. I noticed something about when I watched they cloned Tyrone, and I analyzed it, and I went into where I live at. I'm from Baltimore.
Right.
And one thing I noticed that they have a major hospital in every hood or near project. They had a major John Hott that is right near, like they was Lafayette tore down now, but it's still near Douglas. And I believe them undergrounds is down there, leading from them hospitals. They had a foreigners at the corner store. They had where they had centers there where they could watch those hoods.
No. The poison is already done. It's being shipped. They not underground.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I was saying that, I was thinking of the underground where they, when the movie hit, they went to the corner store and they said, when Jamie said, open that door to the underground, they went down to the underground center. And I was thinking that, hospital to me ain't nothing but a biology center anyway.
No. You trying to compare two different things. What's being said is it's underground yet in your face.
Yeah.
It's not underground. It's overground with corporate logos running around in the street called Coca-Cola and Kellogg.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm talking about far as how they watching our moves and know what to do.
That's done by the police and lights and cameras out now. So
I believe underground has moved upground far as they know what to feed us, they know what to put in our food, like the hair product.
Right.
And the simulation that they had us there far as, people committing crimes, they know what and how it'll make them react.
Yeah, back in the day, they really did tests. They was really doing tests back in the day. They perfected it. Now they hit us. See?
Yeah.
Because I'm finna show you the underground where they did the facilities in a minute. I'm finna show you that.
Oh, okay.
What it looked like in real life, not in a movie.
Yeah.
You feel me? So what you think? Well, what you think about that rat trap and the rat? The distinctions in humans and those rats concerning the project. Do you think that was part of that concern? Well, part of that scientific study?
Yeah, that was part of it.
Go ahead.
And I'm gonna go a little bit further.
Go ahead.
I know back in the day, I was born in the '70s. When people used to go out and get that money, they always used to say, "I'm going to get that cheese."
Damn, you right.
And they used to go right out there in the rat trap.
Yep, and go right there. And you absolutely right. You did go take it a little further. You ain't lie about that. Usually I'll be like, how a nigga go further than that? But yeah, it's always the hood niggas that can take it one step further.
I'll get back in class, Professor.
Thank you, champion. Shout out to Baltimore for recognizing the scientific study of Mr. Gillespie and all of his students that it is the rat trap. I got patients all over America who calling in, who realizing that the symptoms that was placed in them. Press 1 was a mind control done on the verge, on the scale of Operation Paperclip and neo-Nazis. This is a fucking mind control program. Press 1, this worse than them damn Illuminati conspiracy. Oh no, 9/11 ain't got shit on Mr. Gillespie. Press Building 7 ain't got shit on what the fuck we talking about. Press 1. Nigga, we can talk about Building 7 in 2 minutes. Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air, what up? Wait a minute. Make sure my callers is good, because I'm having an issue. I don't know what's going on in the world. But guess what? But Kev gonna get it. You on the air, champion, what up?
Okay.
Wait a minute. Damn.
That Utopia movie again that we were talking about yesterday when I called in.
Go ahead.
Yeah, cause that made that once when I reverted back to that and I had thought about when you first showed it, I was like, damn, that's what I was saying, damn. It's crazy how I was running around saying I'm from the projects and then boom, I am a project. And then just like after our conversation yesterday, I was further thinking like, you know what else they did the same thing in that Tales from the Hood story. When they was trying to show the black man how to stop killing his own kind, but at the end he ended up killing himself because he couldn't control himself. Like,
you having all those memories about movies that suggested this, and you're finally able to make sense of it.
And I wasn't. It's like I'm not a big movie buff. I mean, I have seen a couple of good movies, but you talking about movies and then just being like, oh snap, I did remember seeing that, not knowing. Like they throwing it right in your face. Like,
well, it's not. It's been in your face. You know where you had to dig to get that to remember. That place is called the subconscious, because that's where it's buried at. They did this a long time ago. You've seen this before. No matter what movie you saw this. You know what I'm saying? But it's buried because it's the same program, and it's buried deep inside our subconscious. And then the movies will start making sense.
Am I breaking up?
No, you good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad that the classroom got to re-see that Rat Utopia again now that you have, for the last couple of days, spoke on it, because if it didn't click for some people, it sure clicked for me. And I get exactly where it's coming from. Now I'm wondering what you just said. Where was the earliest concentration camps? Where did they start this? Where did they start this at?
Yeah, they started them at the initial, right before the Freedom Land Project, and they let them free. But I'm going to show y'all where they let them go from, where they went from cruel and humane punishment to like covert but overt, naming themselves medical professionals and giving themselves titles and wearing white lab coats throughout the hood when they really poisoning us. And somebody got to speak out. Somebody got to say something.
That's why I'm glad, like, at one point in time, like most people do, when we call into the show, you know, you might be a little timid, because it's like, damn, I don't want him to get on my ass, but shit, I understand clearly now, like, bro, if you don't open your mouth and say something, you might as well just be a part of that bullshit they got going on, because you ain't helping. You're not helping.
Facts.
You're not helping putting it out there, giving the...
No, you can say energy, putting that energy out there, because some people need different frequencies of energy per se given a person that they can only give them. A hood nigga to hood nigga. That's some real shit. Go ahead.
Exactly. And I ain't even gonna lie, like, at one point in time, I was listening to a program with my grandma. My grandma was like, I understand what he's saying, but I can't get it. And I was like, Grandma, you from a different era. The shit that he talking resonate with me, because he's older than me, but he's from my era. The things that he went through is the things that I've seen on the streets. You older, so you didn't have to go through what you call her, like T80.
Yeah, she's an early T90, T900. She's an early one. So you know how you can relate with her? With telling her what happened to them, because they don't know. They really don't know how the fuck this shit flipped.
And they don't. They
start relating to them in the 1920s and 30s and 40s and 50s, and you be able to find your grandma, your grandfather. They be able to talk to you, because from that time frame to this frame, it's like a nigga getting out of jail from the 80s or something. Like, what the fuck? I'd rather just seclude myself. Go ahead.
And just saying that jail thing, like that go back, that playing that, I'll call it the infinity loop. Because you get right back to the middle and be right back to the same spot. If you grown a big ass man child, that means when you was a boy with no father, you had to be a man, but you was a child. And then when you grew up, you went to jail and came back out grown, but you a child.
Thanks.
Like that's that infinity loop of keeping you in that child's place as per se. Because when you young, you got to be a man, but you a child. And then when you grown, you don't got no grown mind, so you a child. Hello?
I'm speechless. You're ignorant of the law. You're incompetent of understanding the law. So it's all
very
bad.
Ignorant, because as a child you don't know, but then as you get older, you start to not give a fuck, and they put you in that program where you be like, I don't care about the law. I'd rather sell drugs, and you doing all this crazy stuff, not knowing that that's the plan for your life.
Now check this out. We're gonna go even further. You become a product of what?
Your environment.
Now, a product takes rapping and all that, and then it needs a consumer to buy it. So that's why your ass in jail.
Yep.
Being bought and
Yep,
sold for
'cause then
nothing.
Would that be a state purchase?
Yeah, fuck
Would that
yeah.
follow the rules of the state purchase?
Fuck yeah. That's real.
That's all I got for right now. I'm about to go back to the class.
Thank you, champ.
Finish enjoying what you putting down. Appreciate you.
My man, 424-209-9506. That's 2 East Coast. That's Baltimore, Maryland. And that's New York, I believe. Fuck with your boy. Coffee and Kush TV, KevRow University. Again, going into the y'all saw the movie, The Chemical Reactions. Y'all should be able to understand this at a bigger understanding. So, like I said, they say, are we living a simulation? Black people been living a simulation since the beginning of the rat program, the Harry S. Truman Show. We supposed to been free a long time ago, like Boondock said, and like Mr. Gillespie is putting in his theories. We supposed to be free since the World Fairs. We ain't ever came out the World Fair. We went in, came out a whole new world for you and me. Press 1. Like they said, it's like y'all gonna work. You got stuck at the fair. You didn't see them black people trying to leave. They're like, hold up. Who taught y'all about where the black people are at the fair? God is good to put it in a cartoon format to come right now. We ain't ever seen that one. God is good. Right now, right here, right now, we just understood the Boondocks like never before. That's probably the best episode. So much truth in that. The slave rebellions all the way around the earth after 1889. They enslaved us, tried to keep us stuck after the floods, and just keep us mentally entertained and seduced with scissor and all these other pharmaceutical products they call drugs to keep us incompetent and incapacitated and intoxicated. The 3 eyes. I'm going to coin this one. So, you got to understand. You might say to me, Kev, this Adolf Hitler to me. I just want y'all to know. To me. Because that's what it is. Didn't they just build this building in Atlanta? A building like this just got built. I bet you they built those skyscrapers over projects and hoods. Bet you. That's why all the Democratic areas get ran like Disney. Like we just gotta fit this mold. Like we gotta be this character so police can do their job. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that why Disney and the Democrats is so, and the grid program is so put in place to keep me and people like me down and mentally compressed, like in that mousetrap. To where the alphas and the betas is doing, I'd rather just take my girl and just go over there. Fuck y'all. Press 1. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? If you be thinking you come up with these decisions, these choices are like the architect said. This some architect on a Matrix type of shit. Oh, my stomach hurt. I gotta take a press 1. Y'all ready to meet the architect? And I told you the equilibrium. I told you. Now we on this part. KevRow. I'm trying to tell you. You at that part, nigga. Hold up. Hold up, Taj. I'm gonna get you on the air right now. Let me get you on, champ. What up?
I was a little blown away, man. That really hit, man. And the part for me is like you keep saying, is the scientific method, the experiment, and the correlation between humans and the rats. It's like the
predetermined outcome, or instead of them making like a hypothesis in the scientific method, what they're trying to do is, how can I say, like skew it based off of getting people to become consumers.
That's what they did.
Materialistic and putting choices in front of them, and people are thinking that they're in their own. But no,
Yes.
you just now purchased a character that they put in front of you to be replicated over and over and over again. And it don't matter where you go in the country, everybody know this type of a female or this type of guy. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's a lot of like stereotypes that they place in front of us.
Yes.
That hey, you gotta stay in.
No.
this
That they've created. That they've created. That people have become. They've become that.
They become.
Yeah, they've
So it's
become that.
life imitating art instead of the other way around. Art imitating life and being a projection of what you have inside of you. You are absorbing everything that they place outside of you, inside of you, becoming an artificial person.
What are the, talk about the project of Epcot and how it affects the people rather than that, because my mind just went into space and I don't want to be in space right now. I don't want to be in space. My brain just did that and I'm like, hold up. Back to just for the mousetrap and not what they trying to be or what this person trying, people know. They're using, you are the guinea pig. The people, the person itself. So Suki is the same guinea pig as Big Red Sexy. This is the same prototype. Different upgrades or not, but same entity. Ectoskeleton.
Yeah, they just got different accessories on.
Bingo.
So they run it with different skins. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you're saying, it's like once you being as though that you're trapped in the Epcot, you know what I mean? You are making it's like the outcomes is like Minority Report. They know that and they know the average person is going to fall into a certain trap based off of them creating scarcity. Economics is a study of scarcity. So what they do is create a false scarcity, or you know what I mean, they'll have a surplus or whatever to get people either fighting over resources or getting fat and lazy based off of what they provide for them, and not being at that point they're not willing to stand up for, you know what I mean, what is rightfully theirs. Because
now if the government is giving food stamps to go to the facility to get free food, what is that gonna make them?
It's gonna make them unengaged, lazy,
unable to produce in the social construct and advancement of society.
Right, just like they had in the mice. Just like you don't develop the interpersonal relationships and the skills to do such, and you're not fulfilling a life purpose. So at that point, you know what I mean, you are, you know what I mean, you're a danger not only to yourself, but other people that you're running around.
You're an alpha male just running around, probably and sexually harming males and females, and have to be put down. And go ahead.
Yeah, that's wild, and that tie back into like the whole predators within the society.
Well, that's what old girl was talking about. Now, which one of us make it out? They don't have any idea of that.
Right. They realize it's gonna be an anomaly, but it is like, but that's the exception that makes the rule true. I guess is the way you say it. But they know it's going to be exceptions, but that's not the rule. You know what I mean? Most
facts
are gonna crash out. They're gonna smash, and they're not gonna make it out. And they're not gonna be able to see what life truly has to
That's
offer, like offer even on the other side of the
Facts.
of the Epcot.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Which is peace and tranquility and laid back and kicking, watching Lakers, watch niggas play the game like the Lakers and all that. Less engaged with that. So I get it. It's just isn't it fascinating to see the laboratory in real life?
Yeah. Yeah. Cause it's like my perspective has shifted.
Yes.
And like I'm starting to like be more empathetic because I know I could have ended up in certain situations, or I could have, you know what I mean? If certain things ain't happened in my life and I wasn't able to see, like, okay, it's not all like this. It is also, you know what I mean? There's other options, there's other roles to be, other characters that you can play within this madness or whatever. But that just go to show, like, with you helping us, it's all a game. It's all it's all something that they pretty much have put in front of you. This is not a real live living choice. And you know that I don't want to ramble, Kev, because I'm running out of things to say. But bro, like it's amazing.
What about
like,
the equilibrium? What about the equilibrium? The balancing. You need something to balance the equation. And shoot, the way I see it, that's what the spirit of truth was said. It said what his mission is. That's what the spirit of truth fulfilling his mission. You're putting things back in the normal spaces. Did you hear about time and space continuum? Say that once again. The time and space continuum. Yes, sir. Put things, shake things back into order. No, did you hear that it was a time? This is how they created time and space, and what we've been doing right here was solving and balancing that equation. Correcting the matter. And putting things back in the proper time and space. No, it's not real. That was created by Ford and scientists. Call back. See, you got to call back. No, it's not real, sir. No. I'm proving that it's not real. And to stay out of the allegory and time immemorial. And we right here. I already proven we can get in this ship and go back in time, and then go back in time to get a better perspective on what's in front of us, because we're rowing backwards at the row. So we can see. I told you, we're going to roll backwards, but keep what's in front of us. Like that movie How High, when Method Man found himself and his mama said, "Boy, the fuck is you doing rowing a boat?" Press one, KevRow. Y'all be wondering where I get my ideas from. Gee, I love the movies. Nigga rode a boat backwards, can see the projection. I told you, we gonna view history like television from our perspective. So when we go back in time and get to that 0 point, we'll be able to see it going forward with and then that becomes a new cycle of loop of projection for the future. Because guess what? They ain't never seen no shit like that before. How these analogies just keep coming and coming. You see that going and going. They ain't never seen that. They can't work with that. They've come to a stop. Stars is falling. They don't know what to do. Ice Cube got the news reporters riding through South Central like they ain't never been. This shit is comedy, man, but you gotta love the show. The show must go on, as they say. Peace, man. You gotta understand. When we get back to the 0 point, and we know what it's for, SESQV trust. We know what it's for. To make you black and law. We know all that. But let's get back to how to perceive these perceptions in these movies. Not conspiracies. just perceiving it from this perspective. I'm trying to tell you. Now you can listen. Think of it like lab rat.
Hello, Neil. Who are you? I am the architect.
So, I am the builder of the mousetrap.
Created the Matrix. I've been waiting.
I created the Matrix, the womb, the maritime law, power and control over you. I've created it. Press 1, me. That's what he's saying.
I am the architect. I created the Matrix. I've been waiting for you. You have many questions, and though the process has altered your consciousness, you remain irrevocably human. Ergo, some of my answers you will understand, and some of them you will not. Concordantly, while your first question may be the most pertinent, you may or may not realize it is also the most irrelevant.
Why am I here?
Your life is the sum of a remainder of an unbalanced equation inherent to the programming of the Matrix.
Told you.
You are the eventuality of an anomaly which, despite my sincerest efforts, I have been unable to eliminate from what is otherwise a harmony.
Jeez, man.
Of mathematical precision.
Damn. That pretty much mean, nigga, you is making my balanced budget off track a little bit, bruh. And I cannot stop you from keep popping up again.
While it remains a burden assiduously avoided, it is not unexpected and thus not beyond a measure of control, which has led you inexorably here.
You haven't answered my question.
Quite right. Interesting. That was quicker than the others.
Others? How many? Others? What? Answer my question.
The Matrix is older than you know. I prefer counting from the emergence of one integral anomaly to the emergence of the next, in which case this is the sixth version.
5 ones before me. There are only 2 possible explanations. There were 5 ones before me. Either no one told me, or no one knows.
Precisely. As you are undoubtedly gathering, the anomaly is systemic, creating fluctuations in even the most simplistic equations.
Control me! I'm gonna smash you to bits! You can't make me do anything like
Choice.
Exactly what we were talking about. Choice. They present to you false senses of what? Choice. To do what?
Battery 50%. Connected.
Caller, are you there?
Yes, it's Thomas.
What up, Thomas?
I was listening to the show, and I just found something called the Scientific American Media, and I believe that's part of the equation of. I kind of reading it and kind of got mad reading just because it's like that. When you start talking about the time and space,
Yes.
it basically pulls you right back into that about like laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory, and it's the National Science Foundation, and they got certain other things under it, like the Lost Woman of Manhattan Project.
Just
the deadly effects of nuclear radiation up close.
Well.
Floyd Agnes Lee came to Los Alamos National Laboratory in 1945, knowing nothing of the top secret work of the atomic bomb happening all around her.
Oh.
But she did study the blood of the researchers who did. And I tapped into like trying to read the article, but trying to like make me sign up for the email or something.
That shit crazy, ain't it?
Oh yes, sir. And they also got something called the Kavli Prize, or Kavli Prize, and it talks about the dark universe comes into focus. The LIGO experiment opened a whole new window to the universe. We asked Rainer Weiss, WEISS, one of the LIGO's lead architects, what gravitational wave astronomy could reveal next. They talk about how do you form black holes, what exactly is dark matter. It's got
the black holes is points of nothing in a black man's brain.
Yes, sir. And they cling on to Einstein telescope.
Yeah, because Einstein's eye is the eye into the mind of the black man in which these scientific studies were done. So that's space. Because it's all about controlling the mind of this specific group and keep them down. Sorry about that. You feel me? So it's named a bunch of things, but all these programs are designed to keep people like me and you and others out there mentally compressed when it comes to this. This is crazy. This death rates among black people in the U.S. are rising after falling.
I think it said something about losing 82 million years of time due to the project and kind of like the extermination.
82 million years of time?
Yes, sir. That's what I was reading.
Wait, is that the one I got here?
Yes, sir. It's under that one. It shows a graph of, because when you said that, the first thing I thought was just to see if it would be under the U.S. Black death rate. That's got to be the project.
How? 82 million years?
That's what it said. I sent
oh my goodness.
I sent like 2 things to your email. But I'm about to hop back in the truck, so I'm gonna
Thank you, champ. Thank you, champ. My man, thank you for calling. The Lord have mercy. What the fuck? You know, 82 million. That's how much lifetime the U.S. black population lost because of the premature deaths between 1999 and 2020. There's an extermination program going on in America. Oh, this is sad. This Yale University. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This a man in a man high castle shit. Four 209-9506. Area code 4. You should be focused. I'm leaving the phone lines open for my callers, for the males who in my chat room, to call in and talk about what I just displayed about the rat race, something they never heard. Do the dash with your ducktail, ice cubes, perception on it. Call in and place your thought process on the subject matter. The phone line is at the bottom of the screen. You gotta know this. You gotta know this. Let me see who in my chat room chatting. Let me see. Gotta call somebody. I gotta call on some student. Did any of those dudes call? No? Alright, they finna go. I'm not asking 2 times. I ain't tripping off of that. They can write a letter and put it in my Patreon and tell me why they having a hard time with just being regular. Hey ladies, what's up? Let me see. Somebody said Kev broke the Da Vinci Code. That's all you better say. Press 1. That nigga Kev broke the Da Vinci Code. This nigga. How you think I was when I was in jail? Them niggas was like, anybody fuck with KevRow, they fucking with us, big niggas with numbers on us. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Hey, what's up, man? This is Derek, man.
What up, Derek?
I was looking at that University 25.
Yeah.
So I started looking up on it, and I saw where it said it was a series of rodent experiments showed that even with abundant food, water, personal space is essential to prevent social collapse. And what I got from that was like, if they're saying that even with abundant water and food and everything, personal space is essential to keep to prevent social collapse. And that made me think about, you know, how all of the I guess it also said that if trapped in an infant state of early development. And it said the Calhoun labeled the rodents, basically the subjects, as juvenile delinquents.
Yes, minors.
Dropout. And they started making me think about with the juvenile delinquents and the social dropouts, that can go as early as truancy.
Yes.
And
not completing school, thuggetry, outlaw shit, boys in the hood, don't be a menace. So we all criminals. Go ahead.
And it also said that it also made me think about when Joe Biden was doing that speech where he said, "I don't care why they are the way they are, as long as they're away from my family and away from my grandmother."
Oh my goodness, you're right. That's part of the program.
He don't want to find out. Want us to worry about why, because it will lead back to this stuff right here.
That's right. It'll lead back to the Manhattan Project, like my brother's saying, and these weapons of mass destructions being used on these people. It's gonna lead right back to Epcot. It's gonna lead right back to Disney. It's gonna lead right back to international corporations. It's gonna lead right back to the federal government, all the way up to the president of the United States. That's why God got me here. Go ahead.
Exactly, man, and I appreciate what you're doing, man, because you done opened my eyes up to so much, man. It's really just blowing me away, man. I'm trying not to get mad.
That's all right. That's all right. Hold it. You know they just made that new movie come out called Oppenheimer, the Destroyer of Worlds.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check that.
Yeah, check that out, bro. These people is insane.
All right, man.
Thank you, champ.
I want to get my 2 cents in, man.
Love you, champion. I appreciate you too, man. Thanks a lot, champ. My man, y'all be safe out there as y'all travel the roads of this crazy place at this World's Fair. We were never supposed to make it. Hit that like button and subscribe. 424-209-9506. You thought I was done. I'm not finished yet. Press 1. We smoking American packs right now. Press 1. We smoking Freedom Land packs right now. Fuck Freedom Land. We smoking Epcot packs right now, family. Yeah, big blunts. Where my smoke at? They think I'm playing. That's the problem. That's why you think people be at my house early. Nigga. Kev always got the stories and the smoke, nigga. What you talking about? You gotta be talking. You gotta have a job to live here. Press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. Even my haters love me now. Press 1. They can't even hate me. They like, God damn, I'm really a rat too. Yeah, me too. Tell Takashi to come here. Tell him we sorry. We all rats. Press 1. It was the year of the rat. Y'all didn't get it? Press 1. They finna make y'all mad with this scientific study, bitch. Press 1 and then look what happened. See? They doing project after project after project on us, and we got to stop reacting to the bullshit so they can stop doing this way. Because they heating up the propaganda. They got black women out here fighting with the trannies about who's a woman and who's not. Let them fight all the way off the cliff into the ocean, into the abyss of where Satan dwells. Both of them. Both of them. Anybody out there fighting with a T900 and a T93,000, y'all keep going all the way off the cliff. Both of them. Let them go. Don't even develop emotion about the dumb shit. Press 1. Don't even do it.
Brian King.
I told you. Shout out to Brian King in the building. What up, sir?
What's up, Professor? How you doing?
Oh, shit, I'm blessed, breaking shit down. You know me, but next to the bungalows, rolling this weed up. What up?
Yes, sir. I'm calling in about this science experiment that's going on this race crap, this race system that's at hand. And
hey, it is a racist system, huh?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And I called in because I was able to watch that movie. They cloned Tyrone too, and I was just able to just see everything that was going on in there. And the part that messed me up the most is when he said we're everywhere, and dude said who the F is we?
When he said who is we? What that remind you of?
Yeah.
Tell him, Brian. Tell him.
Sir. It all started for me. I said, oh my God. I started bugging. My girl was like, I remember you told me about Kev Gills and we. I said, I'm trying to tell you, this movie is nuts.
Hey, listen. They don't even hear you though. The first question was at the Scooby-Doo time machine. What was the first question we asked?
He said, who the fuck is we?
That's
Excuse
right.
my French. That was exactly how he said it.
We about to find out
And
who we is on this trip. And look where we at. We found out who the fuck we is in real life.
The crazy thing is how he said that we're everywhere. And that made me think about all the different type of we's that's out there. From we the best, we work, we team, we security.
Shit.
That's everywhere. All the corporations and businesses within all of that.
And Blackwater subgroups that protect the interests and are the security firms all around. You don't know who pulling these little maneuvers off with these artists, with these security firms. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And it just made me think about how, another thing I was just thinking was how all of the people that was working, I don't know if y'all spoke on this on the show, so forgive me if I'm saying it again, but I was just realizing how all of the people that was like white with the afro, they would look like what you call the Jewish people out here. And I was thinking about how the experiment was done on who, and if it was them wearing the afro, that's like them trying to
be you. Those are the clones. Those are the people who stole your identity.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Right in your face.
Right in your face. Those are the people who stole your fucking identity, and you are the original. And go ahead. That's what this. Oh my goodness.
And they wear that Jewish cap thing, and they wearing your afro hair. So it's like, it made me think about the crown, the head, just how they got your name. They are literally you from the head up.
There you go.
Trying to picture.
Fulcrum, 1
the music that just studying you on that level, it blew my mind like that. So when I was just doing research about the guy that created this Universe 25 and all of this here, I ended up coming across somebody that he's influenced by, somebody that is also big in America because he created and developed what we know as general semantics. And his one of his known dictums, they say, is that math is not the territory. And so also, he also was born in the Russian Empire. And then what I thought was interesting was that he also, excuse me, give me 1 second. So he served as an intelligence officer in the Russian army as well. But when he came to America, he was in the United States in 1916 to coordinate the shipment of artillery to Russia.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, and he was promoting war bonds, which at that time, I know from research I just did just the last couple of days, that all of the so-called Hollywood stars, the white folks that was coming in as Hollywood stars at this time, they were all promoting war bonds.
Cryptocurrency, a robbery by way of Russian fool's silver, as Taj broke down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so another thing that I thought was interesting about his kind of theories and his thought process was that he also, this is what kind of blew me. It kind of messed me up because sometimes I call your show and I'm just like, after I get off the phone with you, I say, I kind of messed that up. I don't know what came on me at that time of the call that I wasn't able to fully express myself in the best way I know I can. And so after we talked about like all of these experiments that's done on us and stuff like that, it made me. And then I watched the Tyrone movie. It made me think about, well, it is a lot of things placed for us to be a certain type of way. And I started thinking about my own conditioning when what I just said as far as being able to speak, knowing I can do it in private when I'm doing research. I feel this way. I know all these things, but why is it hard to sometimes speak? As you're literally pleading with us a lot of times, especially the men on your show, about calling in and being able to speak. And so I got the same guy that I was talking about. He actually he comes up with this structure, a part of his systems, and I'm gonna read it off to you, and you'll see what's going on here. So it says that his last name is Korzybisky or Baskich or something like that, some Russian name, I cannot pronounce it. But it says that maintain that humans are limited in what they know by the structure of their nervous systems and the structure of their languages. Humans cannot experience the world directly, but only through their abstractions, nonverbal impressions, or gleanings derived from the nervous system and a verbal indicator expressed and derived from language.
Now wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
You know what they're really saying, right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go tell me what you think that means.
What I got from that is that they actually have studied and been able to tap into how to manipulate their nervous system, and by trying to say that humans and man is only limited by that.
Hue means colored man. Human is colored man. So go.
Yes, sir. So what I got from that right there is
man of color. Go ahead.
Yes, that they are limiting.
That's the science project right there. Human.
Yes, sir.
So he talking like a T-1000. So read it back again.
Yes, sir. So it says, humans are limited in what they know by the structure of their nervous systems and the structure of their language.
Now stop.
Now
stop.
Yeah.
He's saying you acting out of nervousness and all this other shit, right?
That's right.
But guess what? He trying to come up with a way, explain how you don't operate by that system. You led by the Spirit of God, or some internal.
Right.
They trying to come up with a reason and how y'all been living this, because y'all before them we was serving the Lord correctly, bro. We was in our proper standing. But go ahead.
Yes, sir. And that's why.
So again, they want to come up with scientific studies classroom on how to overthrow you. I want you to make sure you understand these. These big ass words is mere scientific terms to mask what I'm telling you. Go ahead, chap.
Yes, sir. Because when I read this, I just was able to understand it. I said, man, I just got to read. I understand what they're saying. So the structure of their nervous systems, the structure of their languages, humans cannot experience the world directly, but only through their abstractions. Nonverbal impressions or gleanings derived from the nervous system and the verbal indicators expressed and derived from their languages. These these sometimes mislead us about what is the truth. Our understanding sometimes lacks similarity of structure with what is actually happening. Now, it says on here that he sought to train our awareness of abstracting using techniques he derived from his study of mathematics and science. He called this awareness the goal of his system. Consciousness.
The gold?
The goal. GOAL. Excuse me. The goal.
Oh, the goal of the system. Go ahead.
Yeah, he called this awareness the goal of his system. So the goal of his system is to teach us that our awareness of abstracting is using techniques derived from his study of mathematics and science. Again,
that's the architect. Who is that? Who is that talking shit? That sounds like the architect for the Matrix. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And then it says that his system included the promotion of attitudes such as "I don't know, let's see," in order that we may better discover or reflect on his realities as revealed by modern science. So he's right there. They're right there saying that in this system, he promotes mindsets of "I don't know" and "let's see." So you in confusion.
Oh my goodness. So the goal is to cause confusion of not having a sound mind.
That's right.
Wow.
That's what their version of our awareness. That's what our awareness is. That's the goal of this system, is to have you in a so-called awareness mindset. But this is really having you in a mindset of "I don't know, let's see," which they claim is better to discover or reflect realities in modern science.
To keep testing and see the result rather than knowing. Go ahead.
That's right. On the forever.
Right.
Oh, we're trying to figure something out.
Right.
We're working on.
That's why when you talk to these people who religion is astrotheology and things of that nature, it's a continuance of nothingness, because it's a play on to the old, updated a little bit just to go back to nowhere, and you're back on Pluto, and you're back here, and then next thing you know, they scammed you out of $3,000, $40,000 damn dollars. Go ahead, $100,000. Go ahead.
That's funny you brought up Pluto, because I'm gonna sidebar it real quick. This guy, part of the system as we know it, his name is Friedrich William August Frobel. He was a German. Again, they claim that he created what we know as the concept of kindergarten. And when I was doing research on it, it goes back to the educational institution, which is a Socratic method. And this goes back to, this was introduced by Plato. So when you said that, it just made me think about what I just discovered with that guy. He created this system over here of schooling and a certain type of education system. You know, education is important, school is important, but they created a certain type of institution over here derived from Plato's teaching. Is what I just discovered on that. And so, let's see. Where am I? And then another part that I wanted to bring up was that, where is it at? This is. I'm trying to figure out the screenshot, but I know it off my head. It just basically said that two of the main people that were injured, that bought into this idea, were District of Columbia and NASA. So.
NASA and DC.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Well, got to get to the experiments.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you, champion, so much. My man, gotta get to these experiments. I'm waiting on those calls. 424-209-9506. I need to hear the correlation between the rat race and the freedom land. I keep telling y'all, call it in. It's cool to listen to these stories, but it's time to call it in and talk about the similarities between your Epcot, freedom land, and what else? That's right here. The mousetrap relating the three. The sequences. What do you see that was in the rat theory that you would see at Freedom Land in Epcot? How could you relate the conclusion of Epcot as if you were making a case that the blueprint of this is what? These science projects. Back in the day, that was done to who? Our people. That was later perfected, turned into chemical companies to keep you long enough to make enough money. Boom, 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 boom. We got it. But it's the companies out there. It's the companies out there, the hair companies, the skin cream companies. Is this that was in the neighborhoods 20, 30 years? I can only speak for what they were doing with us. Who knows? But I'm starting to see that we were always the rats. You were always the guinea pig. That's why president after president keep coming out on every era talking about we sorry we did this to these African Americans in the 19 whatevers and this and that one. And we sit up here, what is the underground? The underground is right in your face. Every day they out there, right in front of your face. You ever seen that movie They Live? That's where you at. Press one. You in that movie They Live, where these things is really dangerous things that was put on you to destroy you. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air, KevRow University.
Yes, sir. Terrence Harris from Lancaster, California.
Lancaster in the building. What up?
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
I'm good. You know, I went to Palmdale High School.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I got across the street, smoking blunt with Dobie, like researching all your stuff, man.
Go ahead, champ.
But I came into a couple of things. He's a provocateur.
Who?
The brother, the dope guy, the dope boy.
The dope boy is a provocateur.
Look at the beginning. Me and my buddy noticed yesterday, and when you spoke that earlier, you noticed a whole bunch of different shit when you watch the movie again. I was like, wait a minute. When he said that, he said, look, does a guy ever die? He gets picked up by the exempt black SUV van, right? And when you see in the chicken scene, the sister is alluding to what he's doing. If you pay attention.
Oh shit! I thought you was talking about Boys in the Hood, but you talking about
Tyrone, who cloned Tyrone?
Okay. So Tyrone is the provocateur.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Provocateur. And if you look at the chicken scene, she's exposing him. And every time she says something, every time he asks her about what about that Nancy Drew, whatever, she'll blow him off. You know how sisters get down when they want to tell you something.
Yeah.
She'll blow him off. And then I noticed too when they're in an elevator, the Pinkerton eye, all-seeing eye, that's the camera.
Yeah.
And you're looking into it, and you notice the part when the two are dancing like we do, like they're like more calm, they're more like even though we still got that, that kind of soulness about her.
Right.
He never dances. He never like.
Right. He never. That's why he said I ain't never seen him express. He ain't never laughed.
No, he never laughed. And, it's like usually we still laugh. You know what I'm saying? We still got that.
Yeah.
About it. You feel me? And I noticed another thing too.
I looked up the cast members. He's only African. And then,
Oh shit.
check this out.
Go ahead.
I looked on the go ahead.
No, I'm tripping off of you. Go ahead. You right.
And then, remember when they went in the bathroom?
Yeah.
They were hiding. Okay, now if you look at a close glimpse at that poster on the wall, it's the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. You see the two hands shaking.
Oh shit.
I was like, oh, I see a bunch of shit. And I was like, oh, man. And then when you talked about Equilibrium, that's an actual movie that I seen back in the day.
Yeah, it's more sci-fi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking I gotta go watch that. Go ahead.
Their soldiers are drug-induced. You feel me?
Ah.
I'm an 80s baby. And I had my father there. You know, I was blessed. And my father took us out of Compton.
Yeah.
Real quick before we actually grew up there.
Yeah.
And
where y'all went?
We ended up. Oh man, it was so quick, man. 'Cause I was actually from Texas. And when all the jobs shut down, my father had to leave Texas because that's when the Japanese were coming in. They were buying a lot of the companies up.
Right.
And TP Mercer was one of the companies they bought up, and they forced a lot of black communities to move to LA after that. We ended up having family out here, moved out here, and it was so damn violent at the time. My father was like, he don't know. Because we coming from Good Morning to black folks is really cold at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. And my cousin and them, they got caught in the gang banging. I remember
Yeah.
my father arguing with my uncle, how you let these kids get into that.
Facts.
You know, that's what I could remember.
Yeah.
And I went to school in North Hollywood for a minute, and then we ended up moving to Lancaster.
Yeah.
And that was like probably around like 95, 94. But,
That's what's up. But go ahead, Chad. I just wanted to know because that's what we did. My father was like, oh, hell no. You ain't finna go to Crenshaw. You going to Taft and we the fuck up out of here. Go ahead.
I could never understand. Like, how could you kill some damn body going somewhere else?
Facts.
You know what I mean? Like, I was like, really. It just, but yeah, you could see it in the movie Looper where the agents were drug induced. And when we're talking about the drug induced children, when I was growing up, a lot of my buddies were on written.
Right. Right.
All this stuff, and they did end up in prison.
Damn.
Some way they try to get you, some way, even if you are a good neighbor, they try to get you or deem you crazy. This kid is slow or something. They try to do get you some kind of way. But I noticed in that movie, all the agents were on drugs, and it's like to kill your emotions. It's like to kill your emotions.
Yeah.
In the movie.
Your human side, that human side of you.
Yeah. The mercy's like
yeah.
You out there, you killing your own people. And I noticed in Demolition and Demolition Man with Wesley Snipes.
Yes.
Remember the dude goes, don't you got somebody to kill? And so Simon Phoenix said, and it flipped him back into like assassin.
Damn, I ain't saw that in years. I just know the movie.
That movie popped up. It's crazy because I remember that particular scene. And I was like, I was a kid, you know, when it came out, and Wesley Snipes was my favorite character. He knew all the martial arts and all that stuff, so I was like, I remember that scene when you brought up trigger words yesterday.
Yes.
I remember that scene in Demolition Man when he said, because he was programmed to do all this stuff in Demolition Man. He was programmed for all this training and all this in his mind, like Manchurian candidate. And when he rose out of his cryostasis, he was like a soldier for this white dude that was in this peaceful society. Now everything has changed, and he had trigger words which he would tell him. That's how he would control him. Could bring him back to that training, and then he'd be this armed killer, or do all the things that he needs to do. But yeah, that's all I had. But I did notice those things in the cast. The two Americans that I know of were Jamie Foxx and the sister in there. And she was already pretty much peeping his game. She peeped his game.
She was on him.
Like, you don't want to help? You don't want to do nothing? I ain't trying to do nothing. He went to the room. Bam. Like, he was all against everything. And then I looked at the real part when I seen it, too, is when the white man was giving him commands, and he was following him. He's about to kill her. Now, take away the other him. Because it's really not a different person. It's the same him taking commands. That's why they made it look like
he was mentally controlled, but he was taking commands to kill her because that's what he's supposed to do, following our orders.
Damn.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm tripping off of you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's all I have, big dog. Continue listening, and I'm about to study everything that you put down today.
My man, good looking. I'll see you in a minute, champ.
All right. Peace out.
Peace out. Well, that concludes the call-in time for right now. And if you didn't get in, I got you. I'm writing your name down. I'm going to put a negative star by your name. Coffee and Kush TV, press 1, losers. That's all right, though. I got students stepping up every day. Your cowardness is only gonna lead. It's only gonna motherfucking lead to more people who are courageous. Press 1. No, fuck that. You can't let them slide. So right now, we're gonna pay attention to these horrible experiments done in the 80s, 70s, 40s, 50s, 20s, 30s, 20s, 10s, and the 15s. Let me see. Let me try to get one more caller in here. Hold on, caller. Are you there? Please be there. All right, Detroit in the building. What up?
What's up with you, King? Yeah, that was deep. I didn't really get a chance to catch everything, but I caught the end when they were talking about the rap and the simulation, how they were mentally been playing with it.
Yeah.
So I didn't really catch everything, so I can't touch exactly on that. So I just, you know what I'm saying? I've been peeping a lot of things, just, you know, learning from you and learning different things. But I recently, since you've been talking about this experiment, I came across something about, I just sent it to you because I don't want to take you off course of what you are already on. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's an experiment that they did on this with her. So,
okay.
And it's about nuclear something. So, you know.
You sent it to me in my email?
I'll leave it up to you to decipher it.
You sent it in my email?
Touch on it or not. Excuse me?
You
I
sent
can't hear you.
you sent it in my email?
Yes, sir. I sent it to your IG.
Oh, okay, cool.
And you know how you touched on
Who are you in my Instagram?
it kind of Glow Man Fresh West.
Oh, this Fresh West. Oh, okay. So you on my other one. I got you. Let me go over here.
We about to put another one up. Yeah, it's already bought.
All right, go ahead, champ. Go ahead, finish it up. What you on?
Right now. No, yeah, but hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying, it correlates with the ideological subversion that you be touching on. You know what I'm saying? It's how we said they had the little fake boats and stuff with the wars that you was kind of showing, looked like some Motor Patrol boats.
Yeah.
Little bitty, you know what I'm saying? So this with the nuclear thing, kind of touching on that same little scenario. So that's why I sent it to you.
Okay,
You know
for
what
sure.
I'm saying? Yeah, and it's some kind of experiment that they actually did with the nuclear stuff on towns, and I believe it was all black towns. If I'm
Oh well, yeah. You gonna have email it to me because I can't find it.
It didn't come through on IG?
No, it didn't come through on my IG. Just email it to me as the next person up so I can see it. Thank you, champ.
Okay. All right.
My man. So check this out, y'all. Check this out. This is a beautiful time to be alive. Let's bring y'all notes out because this is one series of experiments of nuclear waste and stuff you will never want to miss again. I'm proving to you right now that they've done this and they've been doing this, but now they're selling it to you. So let's get to it. Black patients were tortured for research and government paid for it with a nuclear sign behind it. Remember, you incompetent, remember? Black patients were tortured for research and the government paid for it. You ready? All right.
Black cancer patients were tortured in medical tests that were disguised as research. And the U.S. government paid.
That was what? Disguised as research. Ain't that what we said today? They found a scientific explanation of genocide, so you would never know it was a scientific fact that you had to go. Well, that's what Mr. Gillespie brings to the forefront. Pay attention to the words, because that's what we own. You know, we lab rats, remember?
For all of it. It all starts with one of World War II's most influential byproducts, the atomic bomb.
Told you.
From the Manhattan Project's outset, the U.S. government became curious about nuclear radiation's impact on the human body. It stands to reason that if we're going to create a massive radioactive explosion, maybe we should figure out what it might do to us. In the 1940s, researchers at the Atomic Energy Commission injected rats and later unwitting people.
Not like this. Not like this.
With radioactive plutonium. You know, just to see. One of the study's lead scientists, Dr. Joseph Gilbert, was claiming in real time that this might have a little of the Buchenwald touch, referencing the horrific medical experiments conducted at the Nazi concentration camp.
Not like this. Not like this.
Disturbing parallel apparently didn't have much impact because less than a decade later, a Harvard graduate on staff at the University of Cincinnati named Eugene Sanger applied for government funds.
Not like this. Not like this.
To continue this research under the title Metabolic Changes in Humans Following Total Body Radiation.
Not like this. Not like this.
I told you Sanger was a man, so you would never find him. I told you.
Though this title is only a tiny semantic twist away from being a horror film, the US government wanted to know how sustained radiation exposure would affect soldiers in the field.
Wow. I already told you it was theater, which you should have even more of a reason to understand why I fight so hard.
Plus, Sanger had good intentions. He hoped radiation exposure could provide medical relief for cancer patients. A win-win on paper, the tests began in...
Who was that? Red Cross? Or the Nazi regime?
1960. The University of Cincinnati Hospital referred desperate cancer patients to Sanger, who explained his intentions while leaving out the bit about his partnership with the Department of Defense. Sanger's team also left out the treatment's potential negative outcomes, which left patients only being aware of the upside, which was their life.
You think them the patients? Nah. You know who that is right there in the middle? You know who that is? Somebody, Deb know who that is, huh, Deb? Where Deb at? Deb! Them your people right there, Deb, ain't it? Press 1, Deb. And them is the ones they masked and became you after the Holocaust. But I'ma tell you right now.
Lives being saved.
Deb, where my favorite person I like to smoke a blunt with and drink coffee with? Deb!
By this new experimental treatment. From folks ages 9 to 84, each absorbed 300 rads over a few hours.
Told you. You gotta understand the language. Can you hear it now? This ain't no conspiracy show. This is the same. You know what this is. Let's keep going. The replacements. Good job, Anjanita.
This is like the equivalent of getting 20,000 chest x-rays. It caused nausea, vomiting, and hallucinations, and eventually, for at least a quarter of the participants, death.
Told you. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air, what up?
Yes, sir. This is Deborah from Florida.
Deborah, what's up, Deborah? That's
Oh, yes, sir. They put us in a mask.
what you mean? Tell us all about it. What happened?
They wanted us to be something that we weren't. Created me into a person who thought they were colored and an Indian looking for her lost relatives from Big City.
Go ahead, sister.
They lied. They used me as a cover to hold casino land through creating federally funded reservations. They are killing the original landowners still.
Did you hear what they said? Folks from ages 9 to 84 each observed 300 rats over a few hours.
Yes, sir.
That was a bloodbath.
I'm sorry, sir.
That was a bloodbath. That's called, you know what that is, don't you? When ages 9 to 84 each absorb about 300.
Yes, sir.
That's insane. That's insane. That's otherworldly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Say it again. And that's a participation in it. Yes, of course. A Holocaust and cannibalism. That's right. So correcting this is take a sound mind and honesty and truth from all overs, because the federal government and Yale University is already coming out with it.
Yes, sir.
So it's up to our older folks to understand we mentally on that brain frequency, so that pathway of communication is open. Thank you, Deb, for stepping up and being honest.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Oh my goodness, glory to God. I told you. I told you. So you got to learn how to perceive media. I'm doing the right damn what a person say about me. This has been righteous from the beginning. I told y'all, don't get chilling with Kev and smoking a blunt and drinking coffee and get the show confused with how you got to be in this classroom. That's me. If I was in my classroom, I'd be the same way. Yeah, I'd be fooling around, but guess what? My fooling around would be live on the air and laughing at how we can see through this right here. So let's continue on.
Ages 9 to 84 each absorbed 300 rads over a few hours.
And they was doing a bunch of things like making curtains out of people, straightening out. Press 1, making lampshades. They was doing all type of evil shit to show their allegiance to this death cult. But let's go.
This is like the equivalent of getting 20,000 chest x-rays. It caused nausea, vomiting, and hallucinations, and eventually, for at least a quarter of the participants, death from radiation exposure. But let's back up. These cancer patients referred to the study weren't prominent public figures or other scientists or professionals hoping to rid themselves of cancer. So who were they? About 60% were African Americans from low-income backgrounds. Study notes show the patients had a low educational level with a mean of 4.2 years, a low functioning intelligence quotient with a mean of 84.5.
Now, remember I told you in that other movie, all of those numbers dictating? Now, wait a minute. Remember I told you in that other movie, remember these numbers y'all see at the bottom of these little sets of people, where you're going to have to remember the 103.2, the 33.5, the this one. Here go those numbers again. Press 1. Okay, here go those numbers again. So this is the statistical breakdown of that analogy, proving thus more that it is the rat experiment down to the percentages. You understand what I'm saying? So let's continue on. But also remember, you got to think like a true scientist. You want to be metaphysical? Great. You got to think like a true metaphysical and apply
Income
that
background.
to the reality. You got it? Cool.
Americans from low-income backgrounds. Study notes show the patients had a low educational level with a mean of 4.2 years, a low functioning intelligence quotient with a mean of 84.5, and a strong evidence of cerebral organic deficit.
Brain deficit. You know, a cerebral. Remember Professor X had all of the cerebral on his head, and he knew every damn thing. Press 1, connecting to everybody. Remember him? That was called cerebral. What? Say it with me. Cerebral. That's what he had on his head. Pretty much looking like, to me, Professor X was looking more like an architect of that design. Sheesh.
In other words, they recruited uneducated poor people who likely didn't know the questions to ask.
Wow.
Or didn't want to ask them out of fear of exclusion from the potentially life-saving study.
Wow.
The tests continued for over a decade until Senator Ted Kennedy ended it in 1972. The study eventually came into the public eye in the early 1990s amidst investigative reporting on the issue of governmental experimentation on civilians. In a testimony before Congress, Sanger claimed his research was palliative therapy.
I don't believe it.
It was not intended to be curative therapy. His experimentation on unknowing, uneducated, poor, predominantly African American cancer patients did make a significant contribution to science, but so did the Buchenwald concentration camps.
You see the comparison?
Torture of innocent men, women, and children. I think we all like to think that here in the US, we hold ourselves to a higher standard in science than Nazi concentration camp.
What'd I tell you I was gonna do? They were injecting you with atomic fusion so your babies die in the womb. You hear me? They was giving them cancer. The experiment was done on you to see if they can destroy the baby in the womb by way of Holocaust. That's what Margaret Sanger was teaching. But Margaret Sanger is nothing more than this dude in goddamn cross-dress. That's why he was at the Klan rally. You see, it's the same entity because the same outcome and the same as the Nazi concentration camp, I told you. Same shit. So we dealing with radioactive sterilization technique. Anybody up to teach and study? See? It's time to focus on what has been nothing more than a nuclear attack on the African American black family. Now that is the truth. It's a wonder how you still walking around here.
Camp. In 1999, a federal judge awarded Sanger's study participants' families a $4 million settlement.
Thanks for watching this video. Be sure to like.
Damn, family. Damn. You know what that mean? That mean this is real. It's on paper. That mean it's real. And that ain't the only time that was going on. At the time they talk about these plutonium things that was going on during the Cold War, which were all done on you. Oh yeah, they was doing military theater of war stuff, but they was also doing the theater of war on you. So while you was watching the war on television, go back and watch the Iraq War and see if that's really a war. Right there with Saddam Hussein. Yeah, go back and watch it. But and that's what television does. That's why we got to take a step back, because you've been indoctrinated into meta nothingness. I'm gonna kick their ass with this one. This is to show you and begin to get you to understand radioactive tests have been done to black people? Yes. They've been doing radioactive and causes of this one and that one on you or your grandparents to uproot them. This was the Holocaust. The black experience in America over the last 100 years has been nothing less than a traumatic Holocaust experience that you have to get out of. Remember them Holocaust movies back in the day in black and white when them Nazis had them people like that? That's you. Them your projects. Don't you leave. And if you do, we out here, you better be careful. So I'ma keep going because we having such a positive show. And why not?
In the area east of Port Igor, about 5 or 6 blocks.
We all grew up pretty much around my grandmother at the time, and we all were.
This is what they don't want to show you in the back of the World Fairs, all these homes back here. Press 1. This is the 1940s and 50s. I just want to let you know. This is the 1940s and 50s. Okay, then.
In that area, around the Clark Street, Garrison, which is in the Mill Creek area, out on the south side.
Didn't I tell you what is that? Do you think our people knew they was on the World Fair? Hell no, they thought they was in Freedom Land. Your ass is in a science project.
The metamorphosis of the Mill Creek area is only part of the story. Only one facet in the overall master plan for the St. Louis of tomorrow.
Don't it look like a shockwave blew that shit wide open? What the fuck is this?
Now, I didn't physically live in Pruitt-Igoe. I lived on Dayton Street, which was just across, from the Battered Pickle Factory, 905, up in that area. But, the same experience was going on all over that area.
This is our city. Over 50% of St. Louis looks about like this. And unless something drastic is done, the entire city could resemble this as unkempt residential areas slowly slide downhill in a vicious circle. As the section strips gradually into blight, the higher income groups move out, leaving low income families to take their places. The largest low income group, racially, is the Negro, generally unskilled because of economic pressure.
Now check this out. Them people didn't know they was herded into these locations like rats. Press 1. They had no idea this was set for them to be an example and get federal more funding for them and get them jobs to do what? Cut this grass and become public works and to come help the Negro when this is all they shit.
The Negroes in 1950 numbered over 100,000 within the city limits. Over 13% of the population.
Before all this, they owned their property. Now, how did they go from owners of their properties to fucking fucked up, bro?
Today, there are many more Negroes in St. Louis, comprising a larger percentage of the population. And that is a decreasing population.
I was at home one evening and my daughter called me and asked me to look at Channel 4 News, that a lady was on there talking about experimentation in Pruitt-Igoe. Both me and my former wife, her mom, grew up in Pruitt-Igoe.
What I recall was that mostly at night they would come through.
Trucks that would go down through the projects with a spray coming out, a mist coming out the back. And we were all told that it was spraying bugs.
Insects. That's what we were told. The sprayers would come through.
Huh?
Not like this.
Huh?
Not like this.
Press 1. Oh my goodness. Got you.
Slowly disseminate or spray this chemical down the street.
All the kids.
down
We
past
our houses all the
be
time.
behind the darn thing.
Absolutely.
Man.
You out there playing, nobody knew.
Yeah.
Your people didn't know. The grown-ups didn't know.
They wouldn't have talked to me. I was a child at the time. But in talking with some of my parents' friends, they remember being with.
Look like the Nazis getting ready for war, don't it? Don't it? Nah, ain't no chemtrails. No. Yeah, well, you might consider that. No, at this time, this is straight direct chemical attack. Look.
These suits on, like germ warfare suits, protect
Like
themselves.
what? Like germ warfare suits. Now check this out. Now Taj, when did Germany become a country? Okay then. Like what? German. What? They told you the theater of what they was gonna do to you. And that's exactly what the fuck they did. And he raped your ass right out of
Top of the buildings.
Documents released in the 90s.
Men with these suits
This
on,
gas mask, bro.
like germ warfare suits, protect themselves on top of the buildings.
Documents released in the 90s show the Army placed sprayers on this former Knights of Columbus building on Lindell and in Forest Park.
Man, with this newly discovered force, has at long last gained the upper hand in our age-old struggle. It came from laboratories where top scientists from famous universities...
Press 1. Once again. So you're the German. But anyway, let's get finished. Look at this. More laboratory. Look. That's really Kool-Aid, but look. Damn, that's crazy how we drank the Kool-Aid, wasn't it?
Industrial and government organizations collaborated to develop something new and different. They succeeded.
I've had acquaintances that has had illnesses, undiagnosed illness, but I never, years earlier, associated it with the testing.
Public health departments staged demonstrations to convince the public of DDT's effectiveness and safety. Enthusiasm for the chemical knew no bounds, and few were questioning the wisdom of such use. Public places and private backyards were being treated whether people liked it or not.
I grew up in Pruitt-Igoe.
Fuck. What the fuck? Remember I told you? Oh my goodness.
Associated it with the testing.
Public health.
I've never seen this, y'all. I've never seen this, bro. In my life, I've never seen this before. This right here is KevRow University, y'all. This is why I do what I do.
Departments staged demonstrations to convince the public of DDT's effectiveness and safety.
And that wasn't nothing. That was just a smoke, whatever.
Enthusiasm for the chemical.
That it wasn't doing no harm. But when they did it, it was not this little smoke right here.
And few were questioning the wisdom of such use. Public places and private backyards were being treated whether
okay, and it was clean. Now look.
Whether people liked it or not.
I grew up in Pruitt-Igoe, Park Square, downtown St. Louis, in the early 60s up until 1969. The boxes that we played on, I don't know what they were. I was fairly young.
We played everywhere. I mean, as kids, when we played in Pruitt-Igoe, they had a couple of parks. The Soto Park that had merry-go-rounds and swings and things of that nature.
These sprays, dust, and aerosols are now applied almost universally to farms, gardens, forests, and homes. Non-selective chemicals that have the power to kill every insect, the good and the bad, to still the song of birds and the leaping of fish in the streams.
What the fuck?
All this, though the intended target may be only a few weeds or insects.
Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness.
They had no concern about where they sprayed it. They would just come down the street. Kids were playing in the street. They continued to spray. It didn't matter to them.
Because that's a foreign invasion.
A number of years ago, I worked with a woman when I was...
knew it. They waged a chemical war.
doing research professionally, and she came to me and said that she had had an incident happen when she was a child where she had been on the playground at school and she had been sprayed by the military. And I thought it wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. She believed that her breast cancer was connected to this event, and she wanted to know if I knew anything about it.
There was the dispersing of radioactivity in the air over cities, at schools.
A week or so later, my neighbor came over, and I didn't know her very well. I think we'd just moved in, and she told me that she had had a very similar experience where she had been on the playground at school and had been sprayed by the Army, and she believed that a brain...
Sprayed by the who? By the Army.
Tumor that she had had 10 years previously was connected to this open-air study in St. Louis.
The greatest concentration of this compound was sprayed near the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex just south of downtown St. Louis. It was home to 10,000 low-income people, and an estimated 70% were under the age of 12.
Initially...
What the fuck? They were sterilizing them.
This open-air study in St. Louis.
The greatest concentration of this compound was sprayed near the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex.
Damn! Didn't I tell y'all? We had them right here. Look at this.
Just south of downtown St. Louis. It was home to 10,000 low-income people, and an estimated 70% were under the age of 12.
Initially, I was looking at chemical and biological weapons testing and development. I mean, it was very scant research out there, but virtually everything always classified it. I kept hitting a lot of dead ends until I picked up a book.
It's called The Plutonium Files, America's Secret Medical Experiments.
And guess what the Kev got? The Plutonium Files for y'all motherfucking ass, nigga.
In the Cold War.
By Eileen.
Told you. I fucking told you, bro. I'm the motherfucking we are the champions. I don't give a fuck. I will watch this whole world fall into the ocean. Listen to me. I want you to know tonight, I may not get to the promised land with you, but I'll see. I kicked y'all ass all over this internet, nigga. Fuck y'all views. That feels good, bro. To have a class of study to show that they waged war against you, and you just sitting back. Oh, I know how to get you thinking now.
Well, as I read it, I found her talking about a man from St. Louis who was also the subject of my investigation connected to the St. Louis open air studies. And I realized that there were an awful lot of common parallels between what she was looking at, which was radiation injection studies, and what I was looking at.
Radiation what? Injection studies. Press 1. I told you. I fucking told you. I told you. I'm not taking calls right now. I told you.
With a lot of the same players, a lot of the same people,
right
including this man by the name of Louis Hempelman.
The telegram has to be decoded, but if you can read it, it's from Robert M. Fink, who was a doctor at the University of Rochester.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's to Doctors Wright Langham.
I found him. Didn't I tell y'all we was going to find a nuclear war waged against black people? Well, guess what I did? Guess what I'm not just saying black people, you just went and created a genocide against you. No. I just want you to know Margaret Sanger murdered 200 million of our people, bro. A whole Holocaust. And that's just a way for me to just tell us the truth. But now you know. I wouldn't have told you the truth if I didn't love you. Because now look, radiation control. Look what they did to you. Did you notice what they was doing? No. They don't made you think it was okay to do what? To go through the process. Damn, that's some powerful shit.
And Lou Hempelman. So Langham and Hempelman were two experts on ionizing radiation and the body. And it's dated November 30th, 1945. 11:30:45. And it says HP3 and HP4 injected Tuesday, November 27th. HP5.
Remember he called him nigga 1 and nigga 2? Remember? We laughing? That was funny as shit. N1 and N2. I'm sorry, that was funny as shit. Oh, black people. See how we got to go through all this to tell you the truth? This is what it is, y'all. I got to make it put a smile on our face because like Tupac said, it's going to be some shit that Kev Gill's going to show you that's going to make it hard for you to smile. But whatever we see, bro, we got to remember to keep our sense of humor about this situation because this is some horrible shit.
Were two experts on ionizing radiation and the body. And it's dated
ionizing radiation and the body.
November 30th, 1945, 11:30:45. And it says HP3 and HP4 injected Tuesday, November 27th. HP5 injected Friday, November 30th. HP stands for human product.
Louis Hempelman, who was from St. Louis, who had, when he was at Washington University working on the cyclotron, he had been engaged in human subject testing with radioactive materials. I began to see that there were an awful lot of pieces that came together for me where what I was looking at, the St. Louis open air studies, seemed much more aligned with radiation studies than with chemical biological studies.
The atmosphere was, we didn't have but a couple of politicians, black politicians during that period.
Housing reformers pressed lawmakers to replace the slums with clean, modern housing, to re-energize the Depression-era housing program that had been stalled by the war. They found an unlikely ally in civic leaders and politicians who began to see the ring of slums as an eyesore that blighted the aging downtown area. Eager developers desired valuable inner-city land, while anxious...
Didn't I tell y'all about the development and the developers and the city planners and how it went back to the rat race and all that? Pay attention. Hey, and while you paying attention, if you haven't made your way to Cash App, go to my Cash App, hit that Gills gang so I can give you a shout out at the end of this program when the bell ring, because this some fire ass information you probably ain't never heard before.
Business interests worried fearful consumers were being driven away by the slums.
The downtown interest just wanted the slums to go away. They didn't particularly care what happened to the people, but because they were wealthy and powerful, they were a very important part of the coalition.
Told you.
That passed the 1949 Housing Act.
Okay.
We had our alderman, but I don't, back then, I don't remember our aldermen being as favorable or coming around to see about us as much as they are now.
To be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro, we did a lot of digging.
What?
We talked.
What? That's a Turk?
Favorable or coming around to see about us as much as they are now.
What the shit?
To be able to tell you the secret of...
That's Walt Disney, brother. You wait one goddamn minute right here. Oh my motherfucking God, with the Turk Moore hat. Remember? Could look just like, but them the same people though. You see that? Them the same race, them the same people. If not the same motherfucker. Nigga, that could be the same motherfucker. Oh, that's implausible deniability.
To be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro...
Motherfucker, where this picture at? I gotta find, this is a motherfucking shame.
We did a lot of digging.
I'm fucking excited. I don't know what to say.
Phones and
Hold on, I feel like I completed a mission. They did something, man. You piece of shit. I knew that nose. That motherfucking can steer a motherfucking Maserati from the back seat. Press 1. Oh, I knew that.
I don't remember our alderman being as favorable or coming around to see about us as much as they are now.
The Secret of Selling the Negro, starring Moorish World TV.
To be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro,
I feel like slapping somebody. No, the fuck he didn't. And that's what I be saying. These people ain't with us, bro. I told you.
we did a lot of digging. We talked to leading businessmen, to customers, and to salesmen. We went to Washington, D.C. We set up cameras and other key points around the nation.
What the fuck? Oh my goodness.
And out of this all, there emerged a story, the story of a new market.
I don't believe it. No, don't push it, kid. Too late.
Not like this. Not like this.
Yes, this is the market we're talking about, the new Negro family. Their name is Wells or Wilson, Smith or Brown or Alexander or Breen. They live in Chicago, in Atlanta or New York, in Detroit, St. Louis, Los Angeles, any one of the thousands cities and towns.
The essence of
now, what's the difference between them and the my fucking
public housing
goodness
was that the public sector could do a better job. People who had been living where they literally never saw the sun, now they would have more magnificent views than the richest people in St. Louis.
My experience in Pruitt-Igoe is it went from Camelot to La Correa, as they call it.
Oh my goodness. It would. You know who Camelot is? That's a kingdom. That's King Arthur. This is fucking insane.
When my family first moved into Pruitt-Igoe, I was 5 years old, I believe.
Outside one of the buildings, in the mud, the slush, and the debris, we found this button which looks a bit the worse for wear. It says, "Make Pruitt-Igoe number 1." That undoubtedly reflects the feeling of many of the residents who live here.
Pruitt-Igoe wasn't that bad. It really wasn't. Or even the people who lived in the building, they got along. We used to have, I remember that we used to have little activities outside to do for the kids, and we used to have meetings to think about what we're going to do for our buildings and different things like that. It was an okay place to live when it first started.
It was like the greatest thing since sliced bread. I remember my older cousins, coming home after touring the buildings with my mom, talking about heat was coming in through the radiators, because before that we had a stove that sat in the middle of our house that heated us.
All over the country, families such as this are enjoying new prosperity. They have new interests, new standards of living, a buying power they've never enjoyed before.
They had elevators. And Pruitt-Igoe was really clean, it was neat.
The truth of the matter is that the Negro lives pretty much the same as other folks. He buys pretty much the same way, too. But just the same, a lot of old doubts and opinions keep cropping up over and over again.
I don't like to do business with Negroes. They're drifters. You can't keep track of them.
Yes, although a lot of people think that way, the truth is that 1 out of every 3 Negro families living in cities today owns its own home.
Not like this. Not like this.
What? See? No matter what you feel about them, so that wasn't for us. That was for them. They was about to steal your identity, so you gotta go. So you can think who a drifter, give a fuck what you think about them. 1 out of 3, 2.7, own their own home. The fuck is you talking about? Y'all don't own shit. You better go home and rethink your strategy. Press one.
There was a lot of involvement of the neighbors, and it stayed that way until about 1959, when there was a major tornado that hit around the Pruitt Igoe area up on.
Wow. Wow. Do you hear the way our people got to speak? It's important for you to know what the fuck a tornado is.
Coleman Street and places like that, and it displaced a lot of people. So they used Pruitt Igoe as emergency housing. At that time, they brought the people in.
And oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
1 out of every 3 Negro families living in cities today owns its own home.
There was a lot of involvement of the neighbors.
Listen to how he said
and it stayed that way until about 1959, when there was a major tornado that hit around the Pruitt Igoe area up on Coleman Street and places like that, and it displaced a lot of people. So they used Pruitt Igoe as emergency housing. At that time, they brought the people in. It's supposed to be a temporary situation.
What the fuck? Sound familiar? Freedom Land.
But, it stayed that way.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Be screened and go fill out applications, and they screened you, and So when I'm saying it's
oh my goodness.
rough and everything. So what I mean by that, good and bad.
Oh my goodness.
So if they felt that you weren't up to par enough to live there, then you didn't get in. If you had something that would be harmful to the neighborhood, or you might cause problems or something like that, you didn't get in.
My mom and dad and the other residents that were down there with us early on, 1955, 1956, they went through a stringent application process to get into Pruitt Igoe. So when you had this emergency come up, these people did not have to go through it. So they let a lot of people they probably would have normally let into Pruitt Igoe, and shortly after that was when the maintenance and stuff like that, the federal money started being cut to take care of the buildings, and that's when we had the downfall in the upkeep of the Pruitt Igoe.
Maybe so, but Negroes are poor credit risks.
Not
now, could you believe that? I don't believe it.
More of a credit risk than any other group. Actually, the Negro homebuyer meets his payments faithfully, often more faithfully than other race groups in the same economic level. That's the information we got from people who ought to know, the National Association of Real Estate Boards.
Well, maybe, but I've always heard that Negroes buy shoddy, poor quality merchandise.
No, it's just the other way around. According to leading researchers, in proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group.
Now, stop. Now, that goes back into what's the name said. How the fuck are we the criminals when you create more of the crime, 4 times more criminal to us? That don't even make fucking sense.
One actually knows the Negro problem. The average white man meets a Negro at work when we're in an inferiority position. You hear a lot of Southerners say, well, the Negroes that I've been around, they say they want segregation. They don't want to move into our schools. Well, this is what I call taking the fifth. If Jimmy Hoffa and all the big hoodlums can take the fifth, then how come we can't take the fifth? We don't even take the first when we can't get to 14.
They start moving black things.
Wow.
In these housing developments during the 50s, it was segregated, so everybody had to stay in the same location. All of the attorneys, the physicians, the teachers, we all stayed in the same neighborhood.
Mostly, speaking of the white community, my experience with them were basically they were shop owners. So there was not very much interaction as far as socially, during that time.
As I began to get older, when we moved to Carr Square, I actually had experiences, with going downtown and, being chased home by white kids.
My aunt experience, owned 2 cleaners in the city of St. Louis. My father owned 2 bars, but he had been a sharecropper. They all came to St. Louis to do better, and they did do better. And so they had all these black schools that were named after black people. All those schools are gone now. Came in, took all the jobs out. Most of the blacks left. We went to black schools. All the teachers were black, and they loved us. And they wanted us to do well. Well, they shipped all these kids out to places like Chesterfield, and they gave all the money to the bus companies.
In America, they charge
just like jail.
me more money for automobile insurance, and they will never admit that in the Negro neighborhoods, they have poor lighting on the streets, and bad streets and small streets, and overcrowded conditions, so I have more cars per acre than white folks have, so naturally I got more accidents per acre than white folks have. But in here, as me and my brother was discussing today, they charge you more for license because they say you're a bad driver, and then turn around and 60% of the bus drivers is black.
Our neighborhoods are run down now because there's no money here. And so it's just a different mindset. And then drugs weren't that prevalent in our community when I was a kid growing up.
First of all, it's important to understand that there was a scientific animus, and it posited that black people were very, very different from whites, medically and biologically. And this provided a rationale.
Told you. Now do you understand that they had this already planned for you to enter the rat race? They biologically attacked you, then set up and watched how you would die in the projects.
Now, an underpinning,
before the
not
projects,
only for the
you were somebody. The projects was the asylum. It was their way. Oh my goodness.
institution of slavery. Slavery probably could not have persisted if there hadn't.
Hold the fuck up.
In our community, when I was a kid growing up.
First of all, it's important to understand that there was a scientific animus, and it posited that black people were very, very different from whites, medically and biologically.
Now check this out. All people in this nation, besides you, claim to be white. So all nations is using this analogy to call you dumb. That's the reason why you can't lift you heard on Fresh and Fit. That's why they lazy. They're all coming from this perspective. Do you understand? They were raised to look at you like you were lazy, like you were nothing. It was the color of your skin. They all clap when they all wrong. You know what I'm saying? And we have to be knowledgeable enough to understand all sides of this spectrum. That way, when we place these arguments, and you place these arguments in your world that you are, there is no more plausible deniability. You will understand what it's like to be Neo and fuck them up with words and knowledge and wisdom, and you will see how easy it is to fight for your right to live and not have this done to you. Forget reparation. Why are you chemically attacking me with biogenetic? See, that's a lot different than Tariq Nasheed begging for reparations. Why are you attacking me with chemicals and radioactive material that was used in the Manhattan Project? That's a criminal offense.
And this provided a rationale and an underpinning not only for the institution of slavery. Slavery probably could not have persisted if there hadn't been this medical underpinning, but also for the use of blacks in research. For example, it said that blacks were less intelligent, subhuman.
All this was done there. This ain't got nothing to do with slavery. They hide their science project behind the ugliness of slavery. You wasn't brought in on no boat. You was brought into the ship and did this too. Understand? So it's time to wake up that they did this in the 1900s, just a few grandparents ago, and they need to be held accountable for their biohazard ass attack, chemical attack, Saddam Hussein style nerve agent or orange nerve agent on black people. Agent Orange, come on.
Perhaps not even quite human, that they didn't experience pain.
They're not a human. They don't experience pain. Anybody been to jail? Then you did this. They did this to you. I told you. Anybody been to jail? Then they did this to you, and you know it's true. So you might as well hide the facade. Press 1. They did this.
There hadn't been this medical underpinning, but also for the use of blacks in research. For example, it said that blacks were less intelligent, subhuman, perhaps not even quite human, that they didn't experience pain, that they were immune to diseases like malaria and heat sickness.
You've been in jail like this,
that made it impossible for whites to work in the field, but made them perfect for labor in the field.
To you. The St. Louis testing links to a company called U.S. Radium.
U.S. Radium opened its doors at the turn.
Look at this. Rah. Press 1. Now you know where your belief come from. Now you know where your belief come from. Press 1. Now you understand, Mr. Gillespie. Yeah, boy. Now you understand. Rah. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. Art, tell him that boy Kev ain't nothing to fuck with on his internet. Now you understand your alchemical and allegory is nothing more than a science project. Boy, so y'all better listen up. Very clear. G14 classified.
Of the century, and they were selling radium as a sort of a cure-all product, and it was marketed that way. U.S. Radium wanted to capitalize on this product. They hired a lot of young immigrant women to work in their factory, and they produced glow-in-the-dark watch dials and clocks. And the young women would use paint that had fluorescing properties to paint the watch dials, and in doing so, they would use small paintbrushes to hand paint these watch dials, and they would do what was called tipping the paintbrush. So they would use their tongue and they would get a nice point on the paintbrush and paint that watch dial, and they were trained to do that.
Now they knew from rats that...
They knew from what? Rats.
That plutonium in rats goes to bone, and they knew from rats how fast rats excrete plutonium. You don't want this stuff in your body for very long. It's what radiologists call an internal emitter. You don't want that. You especially don't want it in your lungs.
What happened was many of the young women and girls became sick after working there a very short period of time, and many of them died as a result. What was happening was that the young women were actually breathing radium dust. They found it throughout the factory. It was in the floorboards. It was just wafting through the air.
Now, ain't that something? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
There was a subsequent investigation.
Excuse me. That sounds like that one company that was around, owned by the Bushes. What's that? That was in 9/11 too, in the buildings. It was called, what was that stuff?
And U.S. Radium denied any involvement in the deaths.
You cannot sue the federal government when they're trying to do things that's better in people. It's like you can sacrifice a few for the good of the whole.
In 1953, which was the same year that the first St. Louis open-air study began, Congress indemnified all private contractors who were conducting military-related human subject study research.
What the fuck? Look at this. Look at this, you guys.
And this, in effect, released them from all liability involved in human subject.
Told you. Ain't that what just happened to you? That's how you... Those are your real war criminals. Those are your real war criminals right there. There go Nuremberg right there. Margaret Sanger and family. Just like that. That's how he got off. That's how all these people keep getting off. And this isn't new. Congress has to legally genocide you. It has to be legal and a legal consent to all of them, even to the highest, to get you out of here. Fauci, all of them. All of them needs to be held accountable by not only the federal government, but by the people of the United States for a biochemical, another biohazardous material attack against mainly black people in America and trying to sell it and execute black people. You need to wake up.
Testing.
Another fine example of military-civilian cooperation was shown during the Asian flu epidemic of 1957. Thanks to the Army's isolation and identification of the virus, the pharmaceutical industry was able to develop a disease-curbing vaccine promptly.
The species of immunity that the government has, which basically says we are the king, it's called sovereign immunity. It's a version of sovereign immunity.
Told you. It's a false sense of immunity. There's the source.
We are the king, we can do no wrong, and that immunity is particularly...
Now, that's why you need it. That's why the king of AI is important. It's an automated program to kill you, to get you up out of here. You're supposed to be serving a living king sent by God. But you turning that in for this.
Heightened in the area of national defense.
Stanford Research Institute was a spin-off entity from Stanford University, and the Army donated a facility to Stanford University who rolled that over to Stanford Research Institute, and they engaged in contract work for the United States military.
Ain't that something?
And SRI had many contracts with the United States military. Their head principal researcher was Philip Layton. There wasn't a distinct separation between the two entities. That was fairly clear, I think. And they engaged in contract work for the United States military. And SRI had many contracts with the United States military. Their head principal researcher was Philip Layton. There wasn't a distinct separation between the two entities. That was fairly clear, I think. Layton was the person who came to St. Louis and engaged and actually designed the St. Louis Open Air Studies in the 1950s.
I bet you that was the World Fairs.
Distinct
only known photograph. I was about to say that looked like whatchamacallit.
Separation between the two entities. That was fairly clear, I think. Layton was the person who came to St. Louis and engaged and actually designed the St. Louis Open Air Studies in the 1950s.
So, a very interesting story about this document. Signed by Charlie Wilson, who was called Engine Charlie. He was Eisenhower's Secretary of Defense. When he was being confirmed, he had just come from General Motors as the CEO of General Motors. And some congressmen were worried that, how could he, would the interests of General Motors conflict with the interests of the Pentagon? And he would say, what's good for General Motors is good for America.
Tonight is the second annual showing of all the General Motors products here since the war. So they used to do this before the war every year, and they had to stop it during the war. And this is the second annual General Motors show. And this is a little preview that we're going to do tonight to show you what there is to see when you come here to the Waldorf in New York during this week to see it. The president of General Motors himself, Mr. C.E. Wilson. Erwin, come on over here, will you, sir? It's good to see you tonight, sir.
Nice to see you, Art.
And before we get a little bit farther, would you please tell me now, so the folks will know, just what are you doing here?
Well, this is a show of all our new cars. And we're showing to the public these new cars that are our effort to produce more and better things for more people.
Nuremberg versus the Army's Wilson Memorandum.
What I will cover now comprehends all the experiments charged in war crimes in paragraph 6 of the indictment.
Nuremberg and Wilson both involved looking at policies related to human subject testing.
I told you they need to be tried this way. I don't make nothing.
And it's crimes against humanity in paragraph 11.
You're dealing with crimes against humanity. You're looking at things that you need to be held fiscally, physically, and mentally and spiritually respond. This is Guantanamo Bay type shit. What these pharmaceutical companies are masquerading as hospitals and all of these things when they're doing biohazardous material testing on babies, people of lower income, all of it. Let's talk about it.
It covers also the murders committed for so-called anthropological purposes.
This covers also the murders that happened for Oh my goodness. This is good work.
Which are charged as war crimes in paragraph 7.
Are war crimes.
And as crimes against humanity in paragraph 12.
Nuremberg's requirements were more stringent than the Wilson Memorandum, which was an Army directive.
These were not people who a psychiatrist would diagnose as mentally ill. You know, there's a kind of I think there's a notion that, like Joseph Mengele, you know, who did his twin experiments, that he was a psychopath. Well, Joseph Mengele was an MD, PhD. He was an up-and-coming young medical researcher. He escaped to Argentina.
The official SS report on Mengele's activities at Auschwitz reads, "He completed all the problems that were presented to him to the complete satisfaction of his superiors. He has shown himself to be in control of every situation. Over and above all this, he eagerly spent what little free time he had to further his education in anthropology by his work with and careful utilization of the scientific materials which were at his disposal as a result of his position."
Karl Brandt was one of Hitler's personal physicians. He was a surgeon by training. He was in charge before the war of the T4 program, which was the program that so-called euthanized people who were mentally ill or...
Now, when they went to the... these are all actors, by the way. When they went to... Washington in New York at that park where the Arch of George Washington are, and they found over 20,000 dead bodies underground. That's all over New York, though.
Profoundly retarded. That program developed a gas called Zyklon B that was then used in the killing concentration camps. Brandt, interestingly, when he was one of the 7 who was sentenced to die by hanging. And when Brandt was sentenced, he offered the courts an alternative to hanging him. He said, you know, why don't you, instead of wasting my body, why don't you use me in a lethal medical experiment? Interesting rationalization of kind of his role and the role of science, giving his life to science and so forth. The court decided they'd just hang him.
Before taking up these experiments one by one, let us look at them as a whole. Are they a heterogeneous list of horrors, or is there a common denominator for the whole group? A sort of rough pattern is apparent on the face of the indictment.
Interestingly, the Wilson Memorandum left out a few significant portions of what Nuremberg had covered.
Experiments concerning high altitude, the effect of cold, and the potability of processed seawater have an obvious relation to aeronautical and naval combat and rescue problems.
These experiments included hypothermia. They also included, also sponsored with Luftwaffe, actually high-altitude explosive decompression experiments. So what happens to a pilot if he has to get out of his aircraft? What's the altitude that's a safe altitude? For that, they brought in a low-pressure chamber from Berlin, brought it to Dachau concentration camp, and they put people in it and lowered the air pressure, the atmospheric pressure until their lungs exploded, basically.
Oh, my fucking gosh. Wow.
Let's see how far that would have to go.
Wow.
So these were some of the experiments, but what I'd like to point out, and what people aren't generally aware of, is that this was an experiment done for national security. Right? This was a military-sponsored series of experiments. There are others as well.
Okay. Just like I said.
According to the Wilson memo, researchers were not required to have any particular scientific background in order to engage in human subject studies.
The mustard gas those relating to the healing value of sulfanilamide for wounds can be related to air raid and battlefield medical problems.
This essentially opened up human subject studies to really anyone to conduct.
To some degree, the therapeutic pattern outlined above is undoubtedly a valid one and explains why the Wehrmacht, and especially the German Air Force, was interested in and participated in these experiments.
Yes, they were German contractors that you can blame it on, but you actually paid to do this. Because, let's be real, Germany wasn't created as an institute other than a contractor out in San Francisco till after the war. So they were the German were contracted by the federal government to exterminate black people, and you sit up here pretending like we need to be talking about Nazi Germany? No. We talking about that German Nazi motherfucker who sprayed us with chemicals in America. Wow.
With the Wilson Memorandum,
You see how they hid what they did with, you see why they hid what they did with theater?
Army did not stipulate that injury must be avoided, whereas in Nuremberg, they did state that injury must be avoided.
Fanatically bent upon conquest and utterly ruthless as to the means or instruments to be used in achieving victory, and callous to the sufferings of people whom they regarded as inferior, the German militarists...
Sound familiar? All these people is white in America, so let's be clear.
In Nuremberg, they did state that injury must be avoided.
Fanatically bent upon conquest and utterly ruthless as to the means or instruments to be used in achieving victory, and callous to the sufferings of people whom they regarded as inferior.
Wow.
The German militarists were willing to gather whatever scientific fruit these experiments might yield.
What's really interesting about this trial, though, is that out of the trial came a 10-point code of ethics that the judges wrote as the third part of their decision in the case. 3 American judges. Posterity knows.
The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential for them not to be prosecuted. So remember they said they didn't know how to even ask the right questions? Well, look, under the Nuremberg Code of 1947 that they've... Wow!
This as the Nuremberg Code, this is the first sentence of the Nuremberg Code. Now, why would the judges be so concerned about writing their own code of ethics? Well, it turns out that if you start looking at the trial, the defense lawyers for the Nazi doctors were really good. The prosecution lawyers were young army lawyers who knew nothing about science and medicine.
Wow, I think they're trying to flush him out with music. It's ran by nothing but the science.
The Nazi defendants were able to choose their own lawyers, and they had very senior defense counsel, they were very experienced. And their argument was this, and this really...
The Nazis ran their own trials.
Took up the judges. It was a 6-week trial. They thought it was going to be a 6-week trial. It turned out to be a 6-month trial. They thought it was going to be a machine. These doctors kill people.
Trying to
understand. Well, the defense argued, look, there are in fact no good, they said in 1946, and during the war, there are no good international rules.
Hold on.
And that radioactive material itself was used as a weapon.
Wait a minute.
Radiation that
experiments. In fact, the Allies did human experiments on many of the same kinds of issues that these defendants did. And they used what kinds of people?
Not like this.
I knew it.
Not like this.
I fucking gassed them. I knew it. They gassed them. They used prisoners, just like on the Man in the High Castle. They were genocide. That's the same gas.
Who have argued that the radiation aspect of the damage in Japan was actually concealed. was added to foodstuffs.
Radiation that was added to the food stock.
And that radioactive material itself was used as a weapon.
Go faster and I'm trying to listen.
In Minneapolis, many of the residents.
The sound just, I don't know why that. Oh my goodness. Let me see if the sound goes way up here.
Of this clinic.
Yeah.
Of the group, he was at.
People who did not know enough to ask questions.
Oh my goodness. Medical apartheid.
Soldier.
Chemical Corps.
Oh my goodness, this is good.
When you look, though, at other documents, what you see are certain terms that are used, such as target zone.
Oh my goodness, this is the man in the high castle. This is the man in the high castle.
And target area.
Gas,
so St. Louis was chosen because of certain conditions, meteorological factors, building structures, access to a river, access to a labor pool or a university with a labor pool of students. When you look at other documentation that preceded the St. Louis Open Air Study, you can see that the Army Chemical Corps was interested in conducting studies where they could use a North American city that was similar to a city in the Soviet Union, such as Moscow. So they were trying to find a city that was its closest match here in North America. Philip Layton was...
So they overlapped the maps. Got you.
Was director of operations at Dugway Proving Ground. He was also a colonel in the Army Chemical Corps.
The concentration camps.
Just prior to the St. Louis studies, they had conducted at least 14 open-air studies at Dugway Proving Ground.
Fucking damn.
And those 14 open-air studies involved the spread of radiation in a cloud. I refer to them as embedded studies. So an embedded study is a study that is going on that's sort of concealed underneath another study.
Wow.
So another study.
What did I tell you? What I tell you, underground. So it's going on concealed under another story. So, study. So you got the blueprint, Epcot. Wait, you got Freedom Land, Epcot. All that shit going on right there. It's sister cities, of course.
Study might be very public, might be very well known, might even be approved of by local.
These are sister cities.
Community members and local leaders, but embedded study is a study that is essentially attached to that study, and as a result of that, there are all kinds of studies that have occurred that are much more concealed and classified and secret.
Reports of these countless experiments and achievements are kept in the National Library of Medicine, formerly the Army Medical Library, and called America's greatest gift to medicine. In the area of human physical experimentation, Army doctors and scientists are primarily interested in the capacities of man himself. In test chambers, for example, endurance research is conducted on human...
over there doing endurance research, and this is the cover-up.
Volunteers to determine how long the average soldier can be expected to perform at peak efficiency under a wide variety of conditions. The result of these experiments with volunteers, who can drop out at any time, are put to use by military commanders to obtain the greatest utilization of troops who might have to fight on a fast-moving atomic battlefield.
It was all fake.
The victims were the most vulnerable people in our society, the young, the disenfranchised,
the black people,
poor, people.
Yes.
People of color.
Black people, all that was black people. No separation. Everything you named was them.
People who did not know enough to ask questions.
Very often one reads about the negative response of most African Americans to medical research, for example. And it's true. One of the more convincing studies said that about 85% of African Americans, cutting through all socioeconomic strata, expressed a profound distrust of medical research in the U.S.
St. Louis had been selected by the Army because it represented what they called a densely populated slum district. And it was indicated in documents that the data from the St. Louis study would be compared to the data from the radioactive cloud studies. Many of the researchers involved in CBR research, and in particular radiological weapons research and development, were actually quite young.
That's why now let me ask you, let me ask y'all something, because it was coming through the infamil and the baby stuff. Y'all remember those things that was hanging on the wall that the rats would go eat out of? That's that shit right there that was in the food. They was given the food with the chemicals that was placed in it. Do you understand? These chemicals that had them rats tripping and fighting each other and acting were all under different sets of chemicals marked by the architect. So if the rat was pink, all the pink ones was this. All the blue ones was this. All the red ones was this. All the this ones is this. And it was all coming from these radioactive scientific experiments that they were doing by way of corporate food companies. These companies, before they were companies, were science projects. So they formed the companies, developed the commercials to make you want to eat the cornflakes or the this and that, and that in itself is from this perspective.
They were recent college graduates, and some were medical doctors. Hempelman was a physician. Some of them were scientists, such as physicists and chemists. Joseph Hamilton was probably one of the more interesting of the group. He was at University of California, and he was involved in human subject injection studies. He was very careless after the cyclotron had run. He would run into the room and lean against it, which was very dangerous. He would drink radioactive cocktail.
There was tremendous interest in radiation in those days. This is Joseph Hamilton on the left, famous Berkeley professor who was one of the early experts on health physics, the effect of ionizing radiation on the body. He used to
the effect of ionized radiation to the body.
He's got a volunteer drinking some water with that's ionized.
Told you. That way, when they hit you with the shit you can't see, the ions in your body don't become radioactive.
And a Geiger counter there. Hamilton liked to do this experiment in front of his class at Berkeley. He used to like to drink some of this stuff and then walk past the Geiger counter and make it pop. He died in his late 40s of cancer, so it's probably not a good experiment to do.
Wow.
But he was pretty reckless, not only with himself, but also with his patients. And he was sort of known to do that. And he partnered with Robert Stone at MetLab.
There were some chemical casualties in World War II, but not among combatants. This is the harbor at Bari, Italy. Bari is down the Achilles tendon of the boot of Italy. We had
Achilles heel.
Had invaded Italy. We're about halfway up that boot. We thought this harbor was safe. And one night in December 1944-43, the Germans bombed it, surprisingly. In that harbor was a ship, the USS John Harvey. It contained 1,100-pound mustard bombs. No one knew that agent was on that ship in that harbor, except a small group of Chemical Corps people who accompanied that shipment. The ship was hit. Those Chemical Corps people were all killed. There was a lot of mustard and water. And a lot of seamen from other ships got mustard poisoning from swimming in that water. A lot of civilians got injured by this smoke. And most of them fled town. And an accurate count of the number of casualties is unknown. There were a lot of casualties among the seamen. A lot of people were sick, a lot of people were dying, and of course the local medical personnel did not know what was wrong. They did not know what was causing this strange illness.
All over the world, nations have continued to develop these deadly and inexpensive weapons. many hiding their stockpiles and publicly denying their existence.
There's a sociologist by the name of Fred Emil Katz. He's actually a Holocaust survivor, and he talks about how many of the military personnel involved in the Holocaust, how their motivations were related to what he calls a local moral universe. And that is a very closed world. They don't any longer have to answer to larger society. They only answer to each other.
Not only are you convinced of the moral justification, but you, what I call your virility is emphasized by contribution to that system. Your moral virility consists of your contribution to that morality, whether it's a gang member or in a Nazi concentration camp. To become a great killer is a great contribution. That accounts for the seeming zealotry of people in contexts that are so unthinkable from a different context. Now, what makes it work is that the contexts are self-contained. So while you're a soldier in the army, you're not confronted by the civilian morality. If you were, you couldn't do it.
There were people in the military who understood, at least to some extent, just how bad this was, but they weren't that concerned about it because it was the enemy.
The enemy that day turned out to be American soldiers, led by Lieutenant William Calley and frustrated in their search for enemy troops. The U.S. soldiers massacred literally hundreds of villagers, old men, women, children.
These people were herded up, basically, and systematically murdered. As far as I can tell.
And that's what you have to do, really, in order to take people's lives, including women and children who are not on the battlefield. You have to look at them as being subhuman.
These scientists, they live in a sense, in a science.
You got to look at them at being what? Subhuman. So in America, that psychology is what led to the near extinction of African Americans because of these teachings in the early 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s that led to that this annihilation of such a great nation.
It's cocoon that has its own moral system.
Parsons Engineering, Stanford University, and although Monsanto got out of the lawsuit early on, there were indications that a facility that Monsanto had was actually...
Yes, because Monsanto's, that's the company, was heavily engaged with cereal brands, food companies, places that installed things in people's homes, and really set the breathing pattern for what you would be breathing at home at this time. So yes, they were biochemically annihilating a specific race of individuals.
To some extent involved in the operations locally in St. Louis.
In regard to Monsanto's role in the St. Louis open air studies, they were one of few entities that actually had been informed in advance about the study. Granite City Steel and Monsanto, both defense contractors, had been notified in advance. So,
although Monsanto got out of the lawsuit early on, there were indications that a facility that Monsanto had was actually, to some extent, involved in the operations locally in St. Louis.
In regard to Monsanto's role in the St. Louis open air studies, they were one of few entities that actually had been informed in advance about the study. Granite City Steel and Monsanto, both defense contractors, had been notified in advance. So they notified the mayor's office and they notified 2 defense contractors. I believe they also notified the Granite City Board of Aldermen for some reason. But they didn't notify the people of St. Louis who were going to be targeted by the spraying events. With the radiological studies, we saw that it was a very militarized structure.
That's an open admission that the whole state was with the genocide and the chemical warfare against black Americans here at this time.
That many of the individuals who were scientists and physicians were also sworn into the military, and now they were working under a military command. And as a result of that, secrecy became paramount, and compartmentalization also became very important. Very little information was shared, and so they only had to meet the standards of other people who were working on radiological weapons, and therefore anything went.
Some of these guys actually marched through Ground Zero a little later after the heat died down, and it was very common. Now, ask yourself this question: was this a human experiment?
When they hit your people, with this, they was evacuated.
Well, a lot of the so-called atomic soldiers, as they call themselves, years later, the atomic veterans, they believe it was. This was not classified as a human experiment. This was not considered to be a human experiment. What was this considered to be in the 1950s?
Don't even mention it.
Exactly. It was a training exercise for the atomic battlefield of the future.
It was a training exercise for the atomic battlefield of the future. Fast forward to 2019, Terminator, Judgment Day, Salvation. Remember? Damn.
The atomic battlefield of the future, this is about desensitization. This is not an experiment. So, since it wasn't an experiment, what rules do not apply? Secretary Wilson's memo, right? The consent rules don't apply. Not a human
Told you.
experiment.
And there was also career.
Now that's how you pull off a genocide. That's how you do it.
Wouldn't have been, can I study this, or can I go down this path?
Not considered to be a human experiment. What was this considered to be in the 1950s? Exactly. It was a training exercise for the atomic battlefield of the future. The atomic battlefield of the future, this is about desensitization. This is not an experiment. So, since it wasn't an experiment, what rules do not apply? Secretary Wilson's memo, right? The consent rules don't apply. Not a human experiment.
And there was also careerism, which is part of this as well, that they had their own personal objectives in terms of building a career and having sort of this unique pathway of research. They had an awful lot of autonomy, so the question wouldn't have been, can I study this, or can I go down this pathway of research? The question would have been, how can I go down?
So let me make this point clear to you. If you believe in astrotheology, if your religion is alchemy as a black person, cosmology, chemistry, you are in the practice of annihilation. Yes, you are the rat that's willingly participating and willfully, like a little neo-Nazi, participating and advertising for the alchemical breakdown of yourself and the black family. Your religion is Kaliman. That's why I'm proving it right now. That's why you destroy things. Because you've been programmed to think that, to believe that that's a religion, and to think that killing your offspring is this. You a lab rat. And I started right here at the project. Where's Todd at? Todd supposed to be in class today. Where's Todd? He ain't been here today, huh? Todd ain't show up to class today. Deb shows up. Todd ain't showing up to class today.
This pathway of research, and that's a very different question.
See?
Throughout the 1950s and 60s, the Army...
Look, Todd, I know you ain't in the class. Look what y'all did. Y'all bio killed them and engineered their destruction. What? I'm proving it. I was with Kev. I proved it.
conducted a series of secret airborne tests to find the most effective way to spread bacteria over more than 250 populated areas, including San Francisco, St. Louis, and Minneapolis. Experts now estimate that millions of people were exposed without their knowledge or approval.
It's like, wait a minute. Who's to say it stopped 5 blocks from here?
Years later, my mother did die of cancer. We didn't associate it with that during that time. And then I found out that they were doing it in other areas. And they did it periodically. It wasn't just a one-time thing.
Told you.
Pruitt-Igoe had a medical center. And I remember when they had a dental school or a dental portion of this clinic, and they were checking children's teeth. Babies, firstborn babies, their first teeth and stuff like that. And they saved a lot of them. Something in the air down there that caused a lot of problems in these children and their teeth.
It was the mercury that they were putting in their cavities. So they're inserting mercury and biochemical shit in our mouths. Press 1, that's what they were doing. All of what they did to you was radioactive chemical warfare. And it was thus causing sterilization to the black family. Press 1, I'm proving it. I'm proving it. So what's important is you do your homework. What hour is this? This 4th hour and 4 minute of my time that I've dedicated to my class today. You feel me? That I made sure y'all understood that I ain't the one to fuck with when it comes to knowledge and wisdom and breaking free from this goddamn rat trap, this biochemical warfare that I'm proving, Holocaust that I've been proving this whole damn time. You're not gonna come in my class and pretend. That's what you're not doing. That's why a lot of people ain't showed up today. Press 1. R. Davis say, Kev, you too cold. I'm ice cold. All right. Now, fellas, press 1. I'm ice cold with this. You know why? Because niggas thought I was a clown, R. Davis. They said, this nigga dumb. He don't even know we back here pumping him up. He don't know we controlling him. He don't even know. See, I know how side them get out. See, I know the internet. He don't know, but guess what? I was like, let me pretend like I don't know to keep my support going. You feel me? Because my trolls like to pay me anyway. Press 1, so I played dumb just long enough till I was all right. You press 1. Now, somebody stop me is what I'm screaming. You feel me, R. Davis? Because, I got the juice. Tupac gave it to me. Press 1. Tupac Shakur gave me the juice. Hit the like button and subscribe. This ain't the place to talk nonsense and what could have, should have been. And no, this is about the exposing of the world. What is Freedom Land? How did they pull off this grand biochemical attack on you and we just sit back not giving two fucks? Not paying attention to them telling you and passing along the information on how they did it. We sit back being amazed by cartoonish movies and the theatrics of it rather than what's being in the background or what story are they telling me. It's the same reoccurring story on how they destroyed you, and that's very important. You don't want to be cheering on a movie and you don't even know what they saying, So, like I said, the Freedom Land opened 4th of July, but then it was rescheduled to open. It opened on the 4th of July, but then it was delayed for black people to open up on the 19th of June, Juneteenth. So make sure y'all understand what y'all out here participating in. Don't act like you teaching me nothing. Call it in and tell the people what you learning today, and tell these ladies, damn, this nigga on 424-209. Oh, you know what? Let me finish putting this on. My lunch almost here. Let me finish playing this.
The civilian morality. If you were, you couldn't do it.
There were people in the military who understood at least.
it's like, wait a minute. Who's to say it stopped 5 blocks from here?
Years later, my mother did die of cancer. We didn't associate it with that during that time. And then I found out that they were doing it in other areas. And they did it periodically. It wasn't just a one-time thing.
Pruitt-Igoe had a medical center. And I remember when they had a dental school or a dental portion of this clinic, and they were checking children's teeth. Babies, firstborn babies, their first teeth and stuff like that. And they saved a lot of them. Something in the air down there that caused a lot of problems in these children and their teeth.
Once classified documents confirm the spraying of zinc cadmium sulfide.
It's a cancer-producing drug. It's cancer-producing.
Cadmium was known since the mid-1800s to be hazardous and toxic to human health. Certainly by the 1930s and 1940s, there was a lot of medical literature out there that noted that cadmium was particularly toxic to humans, particularly so via inhalation.
The lung is the second major route of cadmium entry into the body, and it is the most effective route.
I will tell you that there are physicians and scientists who would say, I don't want my family exposed to that stuff.
It sticks around in our body for decades because our body has no efficient way to get rid of it and may contribute to a variety of illnesses, including heart disease, cancer, and diabetes.
First thing you better know is the lungs. Lungs. It causes obstructive lung disease. Obstructive lung disease, that's not cool. I like breathing.
Once absorbed, cadmium can cause significant adverse health defects throughout the body.
Next it's a metal. So what does it do to the kidney? All heavy metals cause ATN and tubular damage.
Cadmium can have direct and indirect effects on the musculoskeletal system.
And it also goes to the bones and causes calcium loss. Uh-oh.
Recent studies suggest cadmium exposure may produce adverse health effects at lower exposure levels than previously predicted, including increased risk of hormonal cancers.
And then finally, it leads to cancer. So notice, lung disease, lung cancer. Lung disease, lung cancer, that's cadmium.
Most recently, data suggest cadmium exposure may impair cognitive performance even at levels once thought to be safe.
If the Army didn't know that it was hazardous to human health, they should have known. And in particular, Leighton should have known because he was a chemist and he should have known what the effects of cadmium would have been.
In 1994, then Congressman Richard Gephardt asked the Army to open its records and explain the St. Louis testing.
We want to make very sure that nothing went on that would harm anyone and that all the facts are out on the table.
St. Louis data was very lacking, and they noted this in the study that there were portions that data was illegible, it was missing, it was redacted, it was just not there. And as a result of this, their findings are not really solid related to St. Louis. They did issue some findings, they issued a report.
This report I received today is a monumental document in more ways than one.
But if you look, there are 2 pages where they list all of the problems with the St. Louis data and that they clearly didn't have access to all of it. They just had a blanket denial. They had sprayed a harmless simulant was the term that they had used. When they noted that it was a harmless simulant, what that actually means, in fact, there have been simulant studies, like, for example, fallout simulant studies, that measure the movement of radioactive fallouters to simulate movement of radioactive.
So this is more like done in populated areas like inner cities where you're huddled up at, and they're able to spray y'all with this.
Active particles from a detonation, for example, from an atomic bomb. The simulation studies actually use radioactive materials. So even though it says a simulant, the simulant itself can be radioactive, and that's the case in many of these studies.
Damn.
of fallouters to simulate movement of radioactive particles from a detonation, for example, from an atomic bomb. The simulation studies actually use radioactive materials. So even though it says a simulant, the simulant itself can be radioactive, and that's the case in many of these studies that were open air radiation studies.
Open air radiation. They control the what?
These are two letters. I'm just going to show you the second one from the Atomic Energy Commission.
Crazy.
In 1947, as you can see, to physician contractors who were working with radioisotopes, radiation. The Atomic Energy Commission inherited...
There it is. The Atomic Energy Commission. Harry S. Truman Show. Why do you think I keep making reference? Because you are the space, you are the space cadet. I mean, they are the space cadets here to perform on you. Unknown territory, disguised as scientists and things of this nature, so you would never know. Would a lab rat ever know if he never grew out of that unnatural habitat that it's in? No! That's proven by way of the rat trap that Calhoun. I told you it was a success. That's why niggas in the hood never go to the beach, bro. And the beach is around the fucking corner, bro.
Who are working with radioisotopes, radiation. The Atomic Energy Commission inherited...
You are Adam. You are Adam. You.
The contracts and well, not most of the contracts and responsibilities of the Manhattan Project.
So this is how you systematically go to war against a whole nation biochemically, and they not even know it. Because they're too busy being entertained and sold the product by Master P. By these other niggas. Or this person telling you to get the facts. Or this. All y'all became clones and almost wiped yourselves out.
If you're a lawyer for the Atomic Energy Commission, the USAEC, after the war, and you find out about these secret plutonium injections, do you think that you would advise your client, the US government, to go public with this?
Oh, no. Let's listen again. Let's ask that again.
Inherited all of the contracts and well, not most of the contracts and responsibilities of the Manhattan Project. Now, if you're a lawyer for the Atomic Energy Commission, the USAEC, after the war, and you find out about these secret plutonium injections, do you think that you would advise your client, the US government, to go public with this?
Come on now. Come on now. Remember Donald Trump said, oh, black people. Come on now. Remember Donald Trump, I told you, it was just something about the way he said, oh, black people. I said, damn. They was trying to get us up out of here, bro. They was trying to get it. And look, bro, they did it before.
No. They decided, these plutonium injections are very embarrassing. It could look bad for the government to have injected its own people with plutonium.
Wow.
Without their permission.
So?
There are these trials going on, these Nazi doctor trials going on at the same time as...
Wow. So the Nazi doctor trials is going on at the same exact time that your ass is being annihilated. That sound familiar? They just ran the same fucking play on your black ass. And then your so-called government gave them what? Immunity, and you didn't even know it. And you didn't even know it. Because y'all worried about who's snitching with YMW Melly, and these motherfuckers is genociding you.
We're looking at these records. We definitely don't want to be associated with that. So they decided not to release that information. We only learned about this in the early 90s.
They didn't care about those little kids when they were out doing that, because if they did, they would have...
They wore protective gear as they sprayed people, bro.
Said, okay, Nick, we're not going to do this in this neighborhood with these little kids. I got on all this protective gear. It's not going to hurt me. But
yeah, if they were human beings, they would have said, no, we can't do that right here, bro. Press 1. If they were human beings, bro, ordained by God to instruct law, bro, you would have known. If a person know I can't smoke a cigarette right here because these kids is right here, And these people got the fucking nerve to tell me it's gonna cause cancer around these goddamn kids. Well, these I just don't believe America at this point.
It's going to hurt these little children.
Only thing that has stopped this is judgment by the Father.
It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you.
Isn't it like... like terrorism?
Press 1.
You know, when you stop and think about it.
Yeah. It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you.
You swear in to protect the nation between terrorists, domestic and foreign.
Right. Obviously, at home and in a way. And the United States military have a duty to protect its civilians. It has a duty, it has an oath that nobody of superior status can take that away, because that falls under something more superior than a person you see in boots in front of you. That goes all the way back to the founding fathers.
The 10 funerals from people from Pruitt-Igoe area, 9 with cancer. So there was a high rate of cancer deaths in Pruitt-Igoe. And after my mom died and I had my surgery, I started thinking.
When we moved to Carr Square was a little different. Pruitt-Igoe was high rise, Carr Square was low rise. As a kid, I was very adventurous. One day I was playing out in front of my house, and the way that Carr Square is designed is each unit has yards. And the yard, the fencing around the yards were these steel poles that stuck up out of the ground. They had wiring around them. And I was playing, and I fell on one, and I injured my stomach. So when my mom and dad took me to the hospital, and they treated me. And as I'll say about 6 months later, this mass started to grow. You know, my mom didn't know what it was. My dad didn't know what it was. Pretty much when I went to the hospital, they explained that it was a keloid.
Everyone that knows you in your life thinks the world of you. And yet I know you mentioned going through a period where...
I can't watch that right now, but...
The Pentagon's massive arsenal of
Look, remember I told y'all about Disney and the 33 Club, Mickey Mouse gas mask, and all of that? It's all related.
Chemical and biological weapons. But opposition to the program was beginning to grow in the Senate, prompted by military policies in Vietnam. The Pentagon had given the order to use herbicides and a tear gas called CS to drive the enemy out of their tunnels and ground fortifications.
It impacts us in different ways because when they manufactured the Agent Orange, the chemical, which dioxin is what is the agent in it that...
Dioxin. The gas.
That's the poison. And people...
Wow.
It impacts us in different ways because when they manufactured the Agent Orange, the chemical, which dioxin is what is the agent in it that's the poison. And people might not know this, but there's sites around the country that are contaminated because these were sites that maybe they were using to manufacture it, or is when they put it on ships or airplanes, or when they transported it. So we have hot spots even here in the United States.
After years of denial, the U.S. Army has confirmed that dangerous radioactive pollution is present in St. Louis County in Missouri. In the 1940s, the Manhattan Project produced the first nuclear weapons that were later to be dropped on Japan. Tons of nuclear waste from those experiments were buried in a creek near St. Louis.
As the use of radioactive materials increases,
the problems associated with the disposal of the wastes become ever more important. Of all known toxic materials, radioactive nuclides alone cannot be detoxified or rendered harmless by any known chemical or physical processing.
So they poisoned the water.
Safe disposal of these materials.
Hear me? So what that say here, is it safe to say the United States government finally came out and said, oh yeah, we put radioactive material in the lake. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, that's insane.
Requires that they be so segregated that any return to man is in such a low concentration as to be certainly harmless. All manner of possible return paths must be considered in choosing a processing and disposal method.
The young families buying their homes knew nothing of the radioactive material in the area and that it had migrated off-site, contaminating the land in the area as well as cold
Look like bombing zones and things of that nature because
Water Creek, which runs into the Missouri River and from there to the Mississippi, source of drinking water for St. Louis and all communities downstream.
They didn't use any discretion. They didn't have no concerns about the health of anyone. They were just, I assume, doing their job.
I was born in 1949. A lot of this stuff was happening in the 50s and early 60s. I know it hurt a lot of people, including some of my family members and close friends.
It's just sad to think that you can come in a person's neighborhood and do whatever you want to do. And I keep saying that, but it was because of the color of our skin. It really was.
African Americans were disproportionately affected in the St. Louis open air studies. There were two.
wow. So Fresh and Fit don't know what the fuck they talking about.
Target areas, actually. One was called the Howe area, the other was called the Item area.
Sorry, but Andrew Tate's parents and his family and these motherfucking immigrant people, what's his name? From Fresh and Marley? Myron, he wasn't even here. Press 1, his family lineage ain't got nothing to do with being no American. All right, now you wasn't even here, sir. Your parents and your people come from way over there until your little black sideshow fucking gorilla dude you got on the side, him too. He wasn't even, y'all not even from here. This is what it means to be American here.
The Howe area was the area that they...
Because this happened to us. This didn't happen to y'all. But guess what, y'all pieces of shit? Y'all took that vaccine, and guess what? Guess what? It's crunch time. I told you, give it 2 or 3 years, y'all gonna all see what the fucking mark of the beast is. Now, I'm gonna say this too. Remember I told y'all 2 years ago. I said, wait 2-3 years, and all these niggas gonna tell you what happened to Tupac, Biggie, Nipsey. Everybody finna start ratting on each other. And here we are.
Really focused on a densely populated slum area. The Item area was more of an industrial zone adjacent to the Mississippi River, in fact. The census data related to the two areas that had been targeted by the military. Average of about 73% African American population.
Ooh, you see? Grid. This is what I meant.
Item area. The Howe area was the area that they really focused on.
Impact. Detonation of impact.
Densely populated slum area. The Item area.
The bombs were test facility and gas. Press 1. That was the bomb. That was the cause a bunch of birth defects and all of that, sterilization.
It was more of an industrial zone adjacent to the Mississippi River, in fact. The census data related to the two areas that had been targeted by the military. Average of about 73% African American population, closer to 80%, actually 79% in the Howe area, which was their main target zone. I believe that they selected a community that they believed was relatively powerless. And
that was what? Powerless.
Had a lack of resources in the community.
In 1969, 14 million pounds of these chemicals were sprayed over Vietnam. The United States military defended its use of gas by claiming that...
I call it Operation Vietnam because 46 million pounds went out by way of cereal boxes. and Coca-Cola and different corporate food companies that was designed by these same pharmaceutical companies that fuck people up. Kellogg played a big part in this. Hit that like button. You get what I'm saying? They trying to make it like, oh, they used this in Vietnam. No. They used the same amount right there in them products. They had us eating cereal and government issue rations while on welfare. It was all coming from this, bro. So they can mask it like they was at war. That's cool. Whatever. Keep that. The same amount ended up at the breakfast tables of black people.
CS was not really a lethal agent, even though in concentrated doses it could cause death. In 1969, the United Nations passed a resolution condemning the use of both herbicides and CS. Some members of Congress followed suit by threatening major cuts in funds for chemical and biological weapons. In response, President Nixon convened a scientific panel to review U.S. policy. It was apparent to the panel that as a weapon of mass destruction, biological weapons were within the grasp of any third world nation interested.
I'm going to stop it here now. Look. Did you see the wheel? Did you see the wheel?
And convened a scientific panel to review U.S. policy. It was apparent to the panel that as a weapon of mass destruction, biological weapons were within the grasp.
So they're still operating out of this right here. You ever saw that Connect 4 and all that? Bro, listen.
Grasp of any third world nation interested in having them.
It also recognized that by retaining biological weapons, we legitimize them in a way. Our offensive program with biological weapons suggested to other nations that these were useful weapons and that they were worth pursuing.
Damn. How to exterminate the black folk. Well, look, Coffee and Kush, thank y'all for tuning in. It's time for me to eat and chill out. I've been on the air for 4 hours and 29 minutes. I appreciate the few people who contributed to this program. Let me read those off right now. You know, because I gotta. Hey, Taj, shout out to Taj. Shout out to you. Shout out to Keisha, Deborah, all that. Deborah, Waterworld, Betty Hampton, Jason Harris. Shout out to you guys. Wait. Kevin Glover, Richard Thompson, Mrs. Hornet, TW, Kenya Gaddis. Shout out to you, Brandon Thomas, Fuego Fee for R. Davis. Shout out to you, Crystal Ford, John Dreyer, Betty Hampton, Anjanita Moore. Shout out to y'all. Kev Glover for God is showing the truth through you, brother. Shout out to Mr. Glover. Yeah, man. Thanks to you, champ. Keep pushing like that. And hopefully keep the people engaged. But I don't want to extend this and overtime it because it does weigh heavy on the heart and the mind and the spirit. So, take a chill break to chill. And I might come back for a KevRow at night on a total different subject. Just know, when you get to class tomorrow, I ain't fucking around here at KevRow University. I fuck around at night, Coffee and Kush, late night with the road. But I ain't fucking around KevRow University. This is FUBU, for us, by us. Shout out to the people who contribute. Shout out to the new people who signed up to the patreon.com/KevGillsTV. And now it's time to play some motherfucking poker as we get ready.